Welcome to Delightful Web Development with SvelteKit, where we are going to learn how to build applications using SvelteKit and Svelte, which is delightful to use. This is an interactive workshop, so I encourage you to follow along, do the exercises. All the code is up at github.com/this.SvelteKit-workshop. I'll even show you that. It's up here like this. All the modules are sort of broken out into branches. There's solutions on there in case you want to learn at your own pace. And I encourage you to definitely try the exercises as you move through this. Who am I? I am Adam L Barrett. I am a senior developer here at this.labs, and I am a Svelte enthusiast, so I really love using Svelte. So what are we doing today? We've sort of got these 6 modules. They're not equal in time, but they're probably of equal in importance. As we move through them, each module will have a lecture section where I'll be talking about the features, live coding for you, and then an exercise section where I will give you a problem. You will attempt to solve that problem and using your own time. Then after that, you'll come back and I will show one of many possible solutions to the problem, just in case you get stuck or just to show an example. But I do encourage you to try the exercises. It's a good way to learn. So let's get started with Module 1, Svelte and SvelteKit. So what is Svelte and what is SvelteKit and what's the difference? So Svelte is a component framework for building, web components for building web applications or websites, and SvelteKit is a meta framework built on top of Svelte. So it's there to help make building applications and websites easier by adding some new features that maybe aren't complete with just Svelte alone. It's similar to, if you're familiar with React and Next.js, Svelte is to SvelteKit as React is to Next.js. It's a meta framework, sometimes called a render framework, due to the SSR thing. So why SvelteKit? What does it bring to the table if I'm already developing with Svelte? Well, it adds some features. For example, SSR, server-side rendering. All the benefits that come with that. So that's why they call it a render framework sometimes. It also has routing. And that's actually a major part of this whole workshop, is the deep and rich file-based routing system that SvelteKit brings you. Included in that routing system is a way to handle forms and data mutations, and that we'll get into as we get into that. And of course, it also offers deployment. So SvelteKit makes deployments easier with something called adapters, and they are basically little special plugins that turn your dev source code into code that is specifically tailored to the deployment environment that you want to deploy to. We'll get into that later. And although it may be hard to understand before you actually see how this all works, the combination of these features, SSR, routing, and deployment, allow for a staggering amount of flexibility in what you build. You could build a fully server-side rendered site, or an SPA, or even a fully static MPA, multi-page app, or something in between. And you don't need to compromise on one because you can set this per page. So you could have a pre-rendered static site for all your marketing pages, but your application guts are all rendered on demand, server-side, per request. Or inversely, you could do something like, if you had a very popular blog, you could have all the latest blog posts statically rendered, so you get all the speed and stability that with static pages, but then maybe your long tail, your old blog posts that maybe nobody visits much, you could server render those on demand when needed. With that kind of control, combined with the flexibility of deployment, if you want to develop with Svelte, which you should because Svelte is amazing, SvelteKit is really the best option for building apps no matter what you're doing. And that's not all. If you use the Svelte CLI to generate your application, it includes a lot of stuff for you. It includes TypeScript, ESLint Prettier, Playwright for end-to-end testing, vtest, all sort of configured for you and set up for you just by using the generator. And it's got some options, and we'll go through that. So there are some concepts in Svelte that you will need to understand as we get into learning about SvelteKit. So if you haven't checked out Svelte, please, I encourage you, go to learn.svelte.dev, go through the tutorial. Svelte is amazing. But I am going to do a little quick recap of some of the important features of Svelte, just so we're on the same page as we're moving forward. So with that, one of the tenets of Svelte and SvelteKit is that they don't want you to have to learn a lot of Svelte-specific concepts or syntax. So most of the time they try and stick with the languages of the web, HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and APIs that you would be familiar with as a web developer. So each Svelte component is a .svelte file. That's the extension .svelte. And that just sort of tells, well, actually, SvelteKit is on top of Vite, and it tells Vite that if I see a .svelte extension, this is a Svelte component, I need to run that through the Svelte compiler to get out something that can actually run on the web, JavaScript, CSS. And so the .svelte files are how we define Svelte components. You can sort of see here, they're very HTML first. Kind of like Vue.js. They're single file components at least. You've got your scripts, you've got your templating, this kind of templating with the little curly brackets, scripts for like state and behavior, and styles. You can actually add styles just by adding a style tag to a Svelte component. And these styles are actually scoped too, so they're only going to affect the elements that are defined in this component, and we can sort of show that later. But for now, let's just add some button styles to demonstrate that. So in here, we could do the font family. What's the funnest font? Comic Sans, maybe. I'm probably losing people by using Comic Sans. And we could do font size, 2EM, and maybe color, a little splash of color. Rebecca purple, my favorite one. So yeah, you can add styles just by adding a style tag, and you add behaviors just by adding some JavaScript in a script tag. And sort of the convention is script at top, style at the bottom, and the templates in between, with these sort of templating things, which we'll get into a little bit, and you should definitely check out. But adding behaviors is really easy here. This doesn't do anything right now, but if we wanted it to, we could define a handle click function here, and you can write whatever JavaScript you want in here. And this handle click is sort of a quick introduction to the Svelte reactivity system. So reassigning a variable in Svelte is enough to tell Svelte that, hey, this needs to re-render. Something has changed in this component. So go through the process of re-rendering. So all I have to do is say count equals, count plus 1 in this case, just to increment it. Oops. And now I add this as a listener, as an event handler, sorry. So on colon is how you do adding event handlers. On click, and then you sort of give it the function. Now we would get an event as a argument here, but I'm just not using it, so throwing that away. And here we go. Count equals count plus 1. Click, and there you go. You can sort of see that is sort of the base reactivity system of Svelte, just by reassigning the variable. And you can even do, you can do assignment like that even. This will work as well. Or, plus equals 1. All these kind of things. It doesn't matter how you assign it, but reassigning a variable is basically going to trigger Svelte to re-render and kind of go through its whole process. So that's the basics of Svelte templates. There are some, what would you call that? Logical flow logic. So in this case, let's just go through the if-else blocks. So you can sort of define in these little curlies. These are sort of the directives, these blocks. So in this case, if, let's do x is greater than 10. Then we want to, and we can throw some HTML in here. So let's do a paragraph. Oops, got some formatting, auto formatting happening there. And in this case, I would just say count is greater than, let's just do x is greater than 10. Sure. And the way we close the if blocks is with this little slash and then if. And that's kind of like the Svelte convention. You can sort of see all these sort of block-based templating things, opening with a hash or a number sign, whatever you call that, and closing it with a slash. And so this is how this works out. You can see it's not greater than 10, so it's not rendering anything. Oh, it is. There we go. And you can even do an else in here too. Now an else, so in the middle of these things, else doesn't really close it. You use a colon. So it's open, hash, colon in the middle, and close it off with a slash. And so in this case, we can do an else. And we could just put, it's not, or whatever. And now we can sort of say, oh, hey, if x is below 10, it's not. Oops. And we can do else if too, just by adding if here. We can say if x is greater than, or sorry, let's do less than 5. Less than 5, we could say x is less than 5. And you can even add another else in here because we need, some sort of default behavior here. We could say else, and now we could just say, in this case, x is between 5 and 10. This is kind of a funny example, but you sort of get what I'm doing here. Unexpected token on line 7. Whoops. If x is less than 5. So if x is greater than 10, we've got, 15. X is greater than 10. If it's less than 5, if we go down to 3 here, it says x is less than 5. And of course, if it's in between, it'll say x is. So that's kind of how if-else flow logic works in these Svelte components. Importing modules. So importing modules, importing other Svelte components at least, is just like importing modules in JavaScript. And so the way you would do that is we have two components here. We've got the nested component and the app.svelte. And app.svelte is just, that's nothing. Whatever component you can name it, whatever you like, as long as it ends in .svelte. And the way you do that is just using JavaScript. So it's the default export of the Svelte component. So in this case, I'll say nested from, and then the path here is /nested. And you want to do .svelte because again, you need to be able to tell Vite, hey, this is a Svelte component, so transform it into something that'll work in the web. And now with this nested here, we can just use it. Like if you're familiar with React, kind of like React, we just use it here as an element in itself, and it doesn't necessarily draw an element when it's fully rendered, but if we just add this, there we go. I am the child component, and this could be a self-closing tag too. And one thing I want to show here is, so the nested is a p tag. It's a paragraph tag. But we can add our own paragraph tag here, and it'll say, the styles. And I'll add a style tag. Let's do the same ones I did before. We'll just do it on a p tag here. So p tag, we'll do the font family, Comic Sans, Comic Sans, cursive, and we'll do the font size, big, and color, of course, Rebecca Purple. And you'll note, even though there are p tags styled here, they're not styled here. And this is what I'm talking about with the scoping. You can sort of see how this works by seeing, if we open up the inspector here, Svelte has added to this p tile, so where the styles are sort of defined, this p tag gets a little special class. And the other one doesn't have it because it's in this file. And so that's how we scope our styles to the components without worrying about all the problems with the cascade and how it's going to break. So props. So one of the things you can do with props, one of the things is you can pass props to Svelte components. Now, the way we would pass props is we have to sort of define that this component takes props. So I'm going to go into the nested component here, and I'm going to say, let's say let answer equal, what's it good at, 42, the answer to life and everything. And we'll say the answer is, and then we'll just interpolate here. You can put whatever JavaScript you want in here, but we'll just put the variable here to be interpolated, the answer. So the answer is 42. So this is not a prop. This is just a variable inside of this component. But I can turn this into a prop by exporting this variable. So you can do export, and now it's exporting the variable answer, and it's let, so it can be changed. So this is a prop now. We can sort of take this away. You can see, oh, it's undefined. And I could define this out here. So the answer is equal to 42. I can pass it as a string here. Oops, did I answer? Oops, just spelled answer wrong. All right, the answer is 42. So that's how you can pass props. And you could have default props. So if I wanted to make this, 42 is the default prop, and I wanted to say, oh, let's pass this nothing. Well, this will work. Oh, it's still 42, even though we passed nothing. And I could make, this a variable too. I could say let my answer equal something else. And now I could pass the answer here, right? I could say answer equals, and I can just use the variable, this is the interpolation for attributes as well, and I can say my answer. And now, because it is passed, it doesn't use the default value, this is something else. So that's how props. Props are basically exported variables in Svelte components. Reactivity, so we already talked about the basic reactivity. Anytime you reassign a variable defined inside the component here, it's going to re-render. It's going to figure out what it needs to change and then change it. There are a couple other options too. So Svelte has this cool little syntax. It's this $:, and you're like, $:, that's weird. And it is. It's particular to Svelte, but it's actually valid JavaScript. This comes from something called labels. Labels are used for escaping out of loops. You can sort of look into it. Labels are generally, you name it and then you use it to break out of loops. In this case, Svelte has sort of co-opted the one label $. So $:, Svelte has said, we're going to take that. You can have all your other labels still, but we're going to take that. And nobody really uses labels anyway, as far as I know. So it's kind of an obscure feature of JavaScript that they've sort of co-opted. Now, by saying $:, here, I'm saying this part is reactive. So I can define a variable here. I can say doubled. And I can say doubled is always going to be count times 2. So in this case now, if count changes, Svelte immediately knows, oh, doubled has to be recalculated and recalculates doubled. And then we can sort of display this, the way they do, p tag. And I could say doubled, I could say count, whatever it is currently, times 2 equals, and then whatever doubled is. So in this case, 2, 4, 6, 8, immediately doubled is updated. And you can even, the dependencies can be based on other derived values. So we could say quadrupled could be doubled times 2. And now we just need the same kind of like p tag down here. We'll just say quadrupled. Ooh. Quadrupled. And we'll say doubled times 2 equals quadrupled. Oops, got quadrupled wrong. Quadrupled. Oh, I'm missing an A. And now you can see this is working. And so this is basically quadrupled is depending on doubled, which is depending on count. And whenever count changes, these will update as well. And that's sort of how Svelte does its reactivity. There's another thing that Svelte can do with reactivity, which is using blocks. So you can sort of define reactive blocks. So this whole block will rerun whenever one of its like dependencies inside here, something it's using, it sort of keeps track of what values it's using. Whenever one of those changes, when props change, that might trigger, these changes depending on if they're used as dependencies. And there's a whole other thing called stores, which we'll get into a bit. But that's sort of the basics of Svelte's reactivity. Slots. So this is an important concept for understanding SvelteKit. Slots. So slots are basically like the same as they are in HTML. So in HTML, you can have slots. They're mostly used for web components. And basically allow you to put child components somewhere else or put it in things. And I'll sort of show how that is. So we've got this box component, and the box component is just a style div. It's got a little shadow and stuff, a little border, and we're importing box. So now if I were to wrap this little H2 in this box, we get nothing because box doesn't do anything with this children. It's like, oh, hey, I am just going to completely replace that. But by using a slot, we can say, hey, take whatever the children are of this, of children defined in this template, and sort of project it where we want it in this template. So now I can say, when I use box, it sort of wraps this hello up, and you get this border and everything. And you can do, of course, more in here too. It's not just like one element. Whatever I want. And you can even do default content. So if you were to say use this slot and give this slot children, this will sort of be what is used if there is no content provided. So no content provided will be my default. And so if I come in here and I add another box, but I don't give it any, oops, capital B box, because you got to match the component, it'll say no content provided, which is the default. And as soon as I add some content here, it uses my content instead. And you can even do this with a self-closing tag, no content provided. And then another aspect of slots is you can use name slots, which is sort of like, oh, hey, we can specifically design spots in our component where if you want to put stuff in those spots, you can use name slots. And let's just show you how. So if we were to add, let's add a footer here. And the footer styles will just be like background color, light gray, and some padding. Oh yeah, and it's, so you can see here it's saying, oh, you haven't used a footer, right? So I need to add the footer. So I'm going to add a footer to these boxes. It's just an element, just a footer, and I'm just styling that footer here. But in this footer, if I were to put some content here, let's just put I am a footer. You can see how it's going to render. I'm going to use a slot, but I'm going to give it a name attribute. And in here, I'm just going to name it footer. And now you can see, oh, hey, the footer isn't rendering. But if I were to say, oh, hey, let's add, let's add a div here. And I'll put this whatever I want inside there. And I will say this div, this element, whatever element it is, doesn't matter. If I say it's using the slot, so slot attribute, and then I match the names up, oh, hey, this is how you project it inside there. So you can see here that it's taking anything that isn't, and it's kind of leaving it out where the non-named slot is, but projecting the slot footer into exactly where we want it, which is in this footer slot. So that's how you can do sort of better templating using named slots and sort of have more control over what your children are doing. You could even add another span here, and you can sort of see like, oh, hey, it's because the main slot is up here and it's not within this footer, all the content that isn't in this named bit is going to just be added where the default slot is. So that's slots, and that'll be important as we talk about layouts, which we'll get into later. And then one more important aspect of Svelte that you'll need to understand for SvelteKit is stores. So Svelte has this concept of reactivity sort of built in, and it's got this very small library called Svelte stores, and it's sort of included in Svelte. You can see how they work right here. So if we were to make you can sort of see this component, how it's working right now, is as I hit refresh here, it's sort of, this is the current time, and it's sort of updating, but it doesn't change after I hit refresh. I need to fully refresh to have this happen again. It's just using date now and the formatter here. But if I were to make a store, so I'm going to call this store.js. Doesn't matter what you name it. You can name this whatever you want, whatever file you want. I'm just doing this. I'm going to export. Well, actually, first I'm going to import a readable store from Svelte stores, Svelte/stores, or Svelte stores, sorry. And I'm going to export a time store. That's what we'll call this. And so you create a time store here by calling readable, and you pass it a function. Actually, first you pass it a default value. So you can think of a store as like a value that's going to change over time. And so it's going to have a default value initially, and then if anything changes, it's just going to sort of notify Svelte and be like, oh, hey, something has changed. And I'll show you how that works. So in this case, we're just going to start with the default date, because this is going to be what's the current time. And then we get this function, we pass this function, and this is sort of like, oh, what are you going to do in this store? And you get a set. You also get an update too, but for now we're just going to use set. A set function, and this is for setting the store. So in my case, I'm going to do an interval here. Interval, and it's basically set interval. And so set interval works like this. You basically give it a function and a time, and so we're going to call this every 1 second. And what it's going to do is I'm going to call the set function passed by the source. So this is setting a new value for the store, and I'm just going to set it to the, whatever the current new date is. Again, just make a brand new date. So now what we've got here is a store where every 1 second the date is going to change to whatever the current time is. Now, important in stores is you need to return a value to sort of clean up what you've done. So we've started this interval here. So as good, Svelte citizens, we're going to return a function that will clear that interval. Clear interval. And clear interval and set interval are just part of the browser APIs. And this takes the interval to cancel it. So now, when something subscribes to this store, and I'll show you how to do that, it'll start this process off, and then it'll change. And then if we were to unsubscribe from the store, it'll clear that interval, and this updating will stop happening. So how do you use it? So we're going to import from here. Import our time from store.js. I guess we can just do store. Oh, got a little something. What do we got here? Set interval. That looks all right. Little errors here, but hey, that's what makes it special, right? Readable ends here. It says import is not defined, but that's not correct. Import from Svelte store. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Export time here. I gotta make this a variable. So this can be a const or it can be a let. I always do const for some reason when I'm doing exports, but yeah, so you would export the variable, not the actual value. I mean, you could do a default export, but this is how JavaScript works. That's just me making a little mistake there. And so now, we've got this time store. So one thing we can do here is we could say, let current time equal, and we'll just start it off with the new date. And then we could say time subscribe, and then you pass the subscribe a function that's going to get whatever, as it changes, it's going to get the new value, and then you can do something with the new value. So in this case, we could just say current time is equal to whatever value this changes. So this is the value of the store, current value. And now if we use current time here, we can sort of see what's going to happen. Now we've got time updating. We've got, oh, hey, look at the seconds going, because every second that store is having a new value. That new value is triggering here. But this isn't the best part. So now Svelte, this is how stores work, but Svelte has a syntax for just using this directly, using the store directly. And all that syntax is if we were to do this instead, we could say current time is the time, and then we add a $sign here. Now you can see it's doing the same thing. So Svelte is handling the subscribing and the unsubscribing of the store right here, right in the template, just by adding that $sign. That's sort of the convention, that it's like, oh, hey, I know this is a store. It follows the store contract. I can just add a $sign and start using it directly. And it doesn't have to be here either. You could also, I could take the $sign off here and put it here instead in the JavaScript. And this is doing the same thing. It's essentially saying when this changes, this is now just a reactive variable, and it's assigning to current time, and current time is updating. Right there. Hold on, and it's not. Excuse me. What's going on here? So in this case, I'm immediately getting this time, but current time is only set once because I'm using let here. But if I were to change this into a reactive variable, now it knows, hey, whenever time changes, I need to change current time. And now you can see it's updating. And we could take this a step further. So all this formatting here, we can actually put, as part of this reactive statement, we can get time out of here, call the formatter right in there, and then just make this current time. And now this will be updating as well. And this is nice because this allows you to sort of move a lot of that formatting or a lot of code out of your template, so your template is clean and easier to read, and sort of into your JavaScript, whether that's in a file or whether that's out here. So that is stores, and there will be stores in SvelteKit for you to use. So now, that was sort of our rundown of the concepts you'll need from Svelte to understand SvelteKit. So I think you're ready for your first exercise. So now we've hit the exercise portion of our module. So after each of these modules, after the lecture part where I talk and live code, then we're going to ask you to do something based on the skills that we've already learned. And then after that, I'll move through one of the many possible solutions just to show you how I would do it. In this particular case, our first exercise is to set up a SvelteKit dev environment. And once we have that set up, we can use that for all the exercises going forward. Or of course, you can check out the repo, you can switch to branches and just use a basic setup if you get stuck or you just need a better setup. So for now, we're just going to use the npm create svelte command to kind of scaffold out a little SvelteKit app for us, and let's get started. So I am going to open up VS Code here, and I'm just going to open up the terminal, and the command is npm create svelte, and then I like to add the latest tag here, at latest, just to make sure that npm is grabbing the latest version of everything. And then you can add, my directories, just basically a directory name, my application, whatever you want to call it. Or you can leave this blank and it'll ask you, do you want to use the current directory? Or you can type it in after this. I'm going to use the current directory. And then you get this choice of which template you want to use. The SvelteKit demo app, the skeleton project, which is basically just, it's all set up for you, but there's nothing in it. And then there's the library project, which if you were like developing a Svelte UI library, you might want to use this. This is a nice setup for you for easy creation and deployment of that kind of thing. But we are going to use the demo app because it's got some cool demos that we can check out. Then it's going to ask you if you want to use TypeScript or not. Yes, for this workshop, we will be using TypeScript. So you might as well go ahead and select yes, TypeScript syntax. And then it's got these options. So I was talking about before, ESLint, Prettier, Playwright, vtest. We're not going to do any testing in this workshop, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit space for ESLint down and hit space for Prettier, and we'll just get those installed and set up for us as well, hitting enter. There it is. It's all scaffolded out for us. It's got some commands to run here, npm install. So we run npm install. Oops. That'll install the dependencies that we need. And then it's got this second command here, which we can just copy and paste. What this is basically doing is it's going to set up a Git project and then add all the files to one commit, and it's just going to call that commit initial commit. And then lastly, we just run npm run dev, which is the npm package JSON script. And to just add one more argument to that, you do add dash dash. That'll add extra arguments, and then you can say open, which should open a browser for you. So there we go. It has opened a browser. You can't actually see it, but let me bring it in here. There we go. And this is our demo app. So yeah, it's basically 3 pages. It's got home here, which has a really nice, classic counter example. And then it's got this about page. The about page is neat. If you sort of build this, like actually do a npm run build and see the final production version of this, this won't load any JavaScript because it doesn't need any. There's nothing interactive on this page. It's just static. In dev mode, it will have JavaScript running, but that's a whole different thing. And then it's got a Sverdle example. This is basically an implementation of the Wordle game, but in Svelte here. And you can sort of see, play it along. Check out the demo to see how this is made. It's actually very cool. Neat little demo. So let's just make this smaller. You can check out the demo on your own. What we really want to check out here is the directory structure. So let's just open this up. So you can see what got scaffolded out for us. First, a bunch of config files. We've got like a vite config, ts config, svelte config. There's a readme, package JSON, Prettier setup, ESLint setup, and all that for us, kind of done for us. So check that out. Then we've got this static directory. So the static directory is basically, this is going to be a served Node app in dev, and it'll export to different things based on where you're deploying. But static is for those files that you basically want to serve, but as is. No doing any processing, no touching. And this is where you might put, your robots text, which I think is included in there by, robots text, favicon, any PDFs, basically any files that you just want to exist and be served, but with no processing whatsoever, as is. And then our source file. This is where we will be programming. This is our application code. And so the demo app sort of generates for us. This is app HTML, which we can actually check out. Some types, just for our TypeScript. And then our routes directory, which is where we'll spend most of our time. This is about that file-based routing that I was talking about. We'll check out how this is done in the future. And then there's this lib folder, and this lib folder is basically, SvelteKit's trying to be a little opinionated on, like, if you want reusable pieces of code, but you want to import them easier, this lib folder sort of allows you to import these libraries using a $lib shortcut, which we can check out later on. So for now, let's look at this app.html. So this, I never changed. This just sort of exists by itself, but you can sort of see here, it's got the doc type, it's got all the HTML set up, it's got these tags or tokens, whatever you want to call them. This is where the SvelteKit assets library is going to live, and then anything that you put in the head using the Svelte head component is going to go here. This little guy, data SvelteKit preload data hover. This is a performance improvement where it's going to preload pages just by hovering over links to those pages. So in your app, if you have links to vary around, it's going to, as soon as they hover, it's going to like pull over as soon as they touch on a mobile. Now, this is super useful and great little polish. It's really nice to see this kind of like dedication to performance. But just for our purposes of learning, it can be a little confusing when you're looking at the network tab sometimes to see like, why is it fetching so much? We're just going to delete that and hit save. And then this is where our SvelteKit body will go to. This is basically, we're going to have Svelte components defined in those route folders, and they're going to all end up in here. So yeah, I'd take that away on the body, but other than that, I never really touched that file. So this is our SvelteKit dev environment. We can use this going forward and check it out. And we'll see you in the next module. So with our dev environment all set up, now it's time to learn about routing. So one of the major offerings of SvelteKit is its directory-driven file system-based router. It handles a lot of different things, including layouts, nested layouts, loading data, SSR, that kind of thing. It's a really powerful and deep routing engine. Directory-driven file system-based routing. What does that mean exactly? Well, it's similar to file-based routing, but the directory structure is what determines the path. And these special files, these special plus sign files, signs that are prefixed by a plus sign, sort of determine what is served at those routes. So what are these special route files? There is a plus page, plus layout, plus error, and plus server files. And there's different variations within those too. We are going to get into each of them, but for now, we're just going to take a look at plus page. So we're going to start with some live coding, see this in action with just a very simple route. So when you generate an app with SvelteKit, it's, when we use the demo app, we're going to get a lot of this routing stuff. Now, I think we're just going to delete everything here, but first, let's take the styles out of routes and just put it in the source. Just move it out there, because we're going to come back to those styles later. That is going to cause an error, but that's okay. We're deleting a bunch of stuff right now anyway. So let's delete everything in routes, and we'll just start anew with our own. And we might as well just delete everything in lib as well. Let's just delete the whole lib folder. Now, inside our routes, let's make a plus sign page.svelte file. And this will be our root svelte component. And so in this file, let's just put an H1 for now, and it'll just say, welcome SvelteKit students. And I'm going to hit refresh in there, and there we've got our first root route. Now it's just a Svelte component. It's pretty cool. So we can do things like, use this like a Svelte component. So let's do script lang equals ts, so that's how we can get TypeScript in Svelte components. And we're just going to define a variable. Let's just call it subject, and our subject is who we're saying welcome to. So in this case, let's just say the learners, and then we can change students here to just be interpolated, and we'll just do the subject here and then add a little exclamation point, and there we've got welcome SvelteKit learners. And just to continue on, we'll add a style tag in here, and we'll just add some styles. So we'll do like H1, and we'll do the color Rebecca purple, because it's my favorite. And one thing we can do here is, you notice the title in the browser here says localhost 5173. Well, we can get rid of that now. This isn't anything special. This is just a Svelte thing, but Svelte has a component called SvelteHead, which lets you add things to the HTML head. And so in this case, we'll just put a title element in there, and we will call this home, I guess, because this will be sort of our route. So now you can see here that it immediately updated, and we've got home in our title. So far, this is just a regular Svelte component. We haven't done anything. So putting Svelte components in these directories is really what's causing it to serve those Svelte components as your pages. So now if we add another directory here, so in our routes, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to make an about page. So we're going to make an about directory. So that's the route, that's the path, /about. And then in there, we will make another page plus page.svelte component. It's the plus sign that lets it know this is special. Like, this isn't, not just any Svelte component. This is specifically for the router here. And so in here, we will just add another H1, I guess. And we will say the about. And we'll add, well, let's just copy from the other one here. We'll take the head. And we'll say about. And I guess we're going to need to navigate around here. So why don't we add an anchor tag with a ref. This is a regular anchor tag. It's just, this will go home, just like Copilot's finishing off for me here. And on our home page, we might as well also put a link to the about page. So again, our ref and our about page. So here we have it. We can click on the about page. You can see in the URL bar there. Oh, we go to /about. We can go back home. If we're on about and I hit refresh, it loads, because this isn't an SPA again. This is a full-on server-side rendered in dev at least, and then depending on where you deploy, whether this will be static or server-side rendered is decided at the time. But currently working. That is how easy simple routing can be. Just throwing Svelte components with the little plus page.svelte. So you can see the back button works as well, because it's just sort of using regular navigation. But now let's do something a little more interesting, I guess. Let's load some data from an API. So have you ever seen Bob's Burgers? It's this cartoon. It's funny. It doesn't matter if you have or not. We're gonna use an API that I already have set up at svelte.fun to get Bob's Burgers characters. So in our home component here, let's make another route, and let's call it characters. Characters, and just name it here, characters. And now we need to go ahead and create another route here. One thing you can do if you have the VS Code extension installed is I can sort of go, from routes here, I'll go these SvelteKit files, and there's this create route. You choose this, and I can just say, I want, and there's a bunch of different options here, but you don't know many about these, but I'll select this page.svelte for now. And, whoops, I kind of messed that up. Don't worry about that. I need to type in here, so characters, and then I'll just add another. I won't use the fancy thing yet because I must have messed it up. So in here, in our characters, we'll kind of do the same thing as the other ones. We'll put a, an H1 here with characters and the title. Let's just close that. Characters. And we do want to link home as well. And you can see that's already automatically working. Now, you'll note that we've got a lot of these plus page files. And so that can, in your editor, kind of get a little wonky, right, if they're all named the same thing. So I have the extension that lets you sort of see, or I have this setting, there's not an extension, sorry, it's just part of the setting that sort of lets you see this is the page.svelte for characters, this is the plus page.svelte in routes, and yada, yada, yada. Just something you probably want to turn on because with all the files being exactly named plus page.svelte, it can get a little obnoxious. So now to load data, we add a different file here. So in our characters directory, we're going to add a new file, and we're going to call this one pluspage.ts. So it's not a Svelte component. This is a JavaScript file, a TypeScript file, sorry. From this TypeScript file, we can export a load function. And the way you do that is pretty much just like it sounds. So we're going to export, a const load. So we just name a function load. And you could write this, with like function load, but I like doing const and an arrow function. And this can be an async function, which is good. And what we return here is going to get, it's going to be an object, and it's going to get passed into our characters component as props. So let's just continue making this load function. So we're going to load some characters. Now, let's do a type. Let's make sure it's right. So we've got a character type. And, oops, we need an equal sign there. And it's going to have an ID, which we can make a number, sure. And it's going to have a name, yes, absolutely. Maybe not a description. So if we check out a svelte.fun/API/Bob's Burgers, we have a API sort of set up here already. If this isn't working for whatever reason and you're watching this video, there is an API branch inside the repo which you can check out and you can serve, and that does have this API too, just in case svelte.fun isn't working as expected. But here we are. So we can see here that we get ID, name, image, and occupation. So we'll go with image, which is a string, and occupation, which is a string as well. So now with our characters, we just need, let's just return for right now sort of mock characters, I guess. So we need just something with an ID. Oops. Oh, there we go. Copilot is really helping me out here. It's got something with an ID and an occupation already. Wrong show, Copilot, but still good enough for what we're about to use it for. So now from our load function, all we have to do, and it can be an async function, is return an object. And that object can have properties. And so the properties on this object, I'm just going to return characters as they are here. So we've got these characters. We'll return that. And now, if we open up our characters component, which is page.svelte here, now we can set this up to accept a prop. So we need the script tag, TypeScript, yes, of course. And now if you remember how we do props, so it's export, let, and now this prop has to be named data. That is the sort of thing. The way it passes from the load function to the component is by a prop called data. But you can see here, if I hover over this, it knows already that data is an object that has characters, which has this character type. So SvelteKit has done some magic with some, generating some files in the background that you don't know while the dev server's on, to allow you to sort of have this type safe from the backend load, or not the backend in this case, but the load function all the way to the component. So yeah, now that we have data here, we can sort of make this work out a little more. So we know that on here there is a characters property. So we could say maybe, we could do a reactive characters equals data characters. And then we can sort of list these out. So let's make a UL, and each, we'll do an each characters as, and we'll just pull this stuff right off of here rather than doing it this way. We'll just do name and ID. I guess actually we only really need name. Well, I guess we could use ID for what they're using it for here. Copilot to the rescue. And now we get a list of characters loaded for us and then rendered to the screen. So now let's not use this. Let's actually fetch these characters. So in our async load function, we're going to do const response. Ooh. And we're going to fetch. Await a fetch. Now we're not going to do Rick and Morty. I don't know why Copilot really wants to do Rick and Morty, but we are actually going to do HTTPS svelte.fun and API / character, or sorry, Bob's Burgers with a hyphen / characters. So let's take this API endpoint and just push it out here in a const, just to keep it nice and clean. We'll get rid of the Rick Sanchez stuff there. And now this fetch function, we could use fetch here. It is available, but sometimes on a server, fetch isn't available. And SvelteKit provides a fetch of its own that has a few little enhancements. So the load function is going to be passed an event, and in that event, it's going to have fetch, which we can then use. And it's encouraged that you use this fetch just to make sure things are consistent on the server, and it does have some benefits, which we can talk about later. So I'm going to use this fetch. We're going to change this into a template string with the API, whoops, and then we're just going to add these / characters. And now that'll get us, how fetch works. It gets us a response. So from the response, we can await .json. So then it's going to take that JSON and convert it into our characters, which now we have to type this. But I think this is just as easy as saying this is a character, and then we want to make it a list or an array of characters. So now this should know that's characters. That knows that's characters. I hit save here. All the way out here, this knows this is characters. And bang zoom, you can already see this is working. We have a response from our API, except it's rendering just the name at this point. So with our type safety working here, now we can sort of create the template for this list. So I am just going to copy and paste because it's a little easier than me typing this all out. So I'm going to pop that in there. We'll let Prettier sort it out. And we just need to pull off image and occupation here. And now, closer, warmer, we've got some pictures showing up. Now we just need a little bit of style. Again, I am just going to copy and paste this from my notes. But if we add to the style down here, let Prettier sort it out, well, now we've got a really nice little, sort of logging a list of characters that we have fetched from our load function, which is really just a simple, we've got a type here and a very simple fetch, fetching these. So now each of these has if we sort of hover over it, you can see it appear at the bottom. It has a link to a detail, and you can see in our API here, if I were to go to /1, we get a little more data, a little more detail. So this is sort of the the list details kind of thing. And so we are going to make a page for each of the characters, which offers a little more data. And so the way we're going to do that is we're going to use params. Now, we're going to start here. We're going to say in our characters, we now have a new segment, segment of the route. So we need, again, directory-based routing. So we need a new directory. And if we put the little boxes on here, and we're going to say ID, now this means it's dynamic. So this is going to, this is a dynamic parameter of the route. So whatever's in this route segment is going to come in to our load function. We'll be able to use it. So in here, let's make our plus page file, our Svelte component, and we will just sort of copy from the other one, I think, a little bit, and we'll just, okay, so we'll get rid of some of these styles because they will no longer matter, and we will get rid of some of this because that will not matter. And now our data is going to probably just be the single character. So we'll change this to character instead of characters. And then we'll probably do, the title being like character name. And this is probably going to be like, oh, hey, SvelteKit doesn't like this yet. Yeah, that's true. We haven't actually made this working yet, but we'll get there in just a sec. So also in here, we will need a load function. So we'll do our plus page.ts again. So that's how we run some JavaScript here. And so in here, we're going to do actually a very similar thing to the other. So let's open that one up so we can sort of copy paste there. Copy this, but we're not going to, yeah, we are going to fetch. So never mind. So now we just need this character type to be just a little bit different because it's got a little more. So we've got ID, name, image. We've got gender here now. And we've got hair color, and occupation, first episode, voiced by, and then we've got URL and wiki URL, and relatives, which I believe, though we can't see on here, is basically just an array of objects that have name. I don't even think they have URL. Thank you, Copilot, though. And it's just an array of those. So that's going to be our detailed character type. We can even sort of write detailed character type here. So we'll use the same API thing. We'll add this little thing to the template string where we're going to pass ID. Now, where are we getting ID from? Whoops, ID. Well, we're going to get that from the event again. So the event, which provides us fetch, also provides us with params. So these params are decided by the routing, and you can already see here, Copilot knows that we're plucking off ID from here. And so this knows we've got ID as a string here. We're going to throw it into here. We're going to wait for the response. The response is no longer a list, though. Here it's just character. And character, a single character. But we called it detailed character. And then that character is being passed up again to the individual. So if we go to our individual character here, now we've got character, we've got name. Let's just make sure that's working. So this should say Dottie. Oh, it does. Excellent, excellent. Whoops. Adam, there we go. We don't want to go all the way home. Just want to go back. So maybe we'll make this, instead of home, we'll just say this is characters. And we'll go to the characters. That's a little more, feels a little more right. We go from Mabel back to characters. Okay. So we've used fetch, we've used the param IDs. We can sort of see this working. Now I'm going to, again, I'm going to copy and paste something that already exists in my notes. But we have this component, essentially. Oops. It is a character component. Okay, so I'm going to create a component here. Let's just close these, keep everything nice and clean. So in our characters here, in our individual, we will create a new file called character.svelte. Now this doesn't have a plus sign, so that sort of indicates to Svelte that it is not special. This has nothing to do with the routing. This is just a regular old Svelte component. I'm going to paste my Svelte component in here. You can sort of look at this. It's just a bunch of styling. It takes in the same properties that we kind of already had. It's got sort of a default image for anything if it was unknown. And yeah, now let's plug this in. So from our page component, we can import that character component, character, from, it's just right here, /character.svelte. We can use it instead of the name here. Whoops. Character, and now we basically just character takes all the individual props, so we can basically just use the Svelte spread here to spread the character props across this component. So now we should have a little bit nicer. There we go, a little bit nicer for the individual. Here we go, individual detailed view. Now this is fine and this is great and this absolutely works, but another thing, we might want to do is we might want to move this to that libs folder, because maybe we could reuse this around. Maybe this is something we just want to have as a library of its own or part of a component library. So if we add that lib directory back in as a child of source, and maybe we'll do components, we'll say, oh, there's a UI components that we're going to share across different things. And in the components, we will put the character component. So now you can see here, oh, it's already sort of updated for me, up. But you might not like that, right? It might not be fun to always use this like, oh, up, out of the routing thing. But Svelte has this sort of, SvelteKit, has this little shortcut, this little alias, $lib will always go to that lib folder. So I can just do $lib components and the characters component. And now that's just a little bit easier. Still works. Everything looks nice. TypeScript is happy. Everything working great. So, yeah, we've got our list of working. We've got our home back and forth here. We've got our about. We've loaded data from a remote API, svelte.fun, Bob's Burgers. So now I think we can move on, talk about more things. That was a simple route. So by default, Svelte will render any page components and their children first on the server and then send it to the client as HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Then when the JavaScript loads, it will render the page component again in the browser to make it interactive in a process called hydration. For this reason, you need to ensure that your components can run in both places, on the server and the client. So then SvelteKit will initialize, after hydration, SvelteKit will initialize a router that takes over subsequent navigations. Anytime you're clicking around, it'll be acting more like an SPA at that point, with JavaScript fully controlling it. This hydration sort of offers that best of both worlds approach. It's got that fast initial load of server-side rendering, but then the interactive client-side behaviors, and you won't lose state as it sort of navigates around. Often the ideal example of this is a website with like a media player. You don't want to lose the media player state or have it like restart every time you like click to a new page or navigate around. But you still want that like SEO and performance boost that you get from SSR. So now, best of both worlds might be contentious, as there are newer approaches, with island architecture, partial hydration, and Quix, even resumability, which offer some interesting ways to really lower that down. Now, Svelte still does a full page hydration. Maybe that'll change in the future. That doesn't really matter. But as for now, that's the way Svelte is chosen. And I honestly can say, I think it's really good and really is like the best of both worlds right now. But admittedly, maybe there'll be changes in the future, depending on how this resumability or partial hydration sort of ideas kind of shake out. So those load functions we made in those plus page.ts files, they are also going to need to run on both the client and the server. That's why you use that fetch in the load function, because it's best to use the one provided by the event argument so you know it's available on the server. You don't have to import like a polyfill or whatever, and it's on the client. But there's also some additions that we can talk about later to that fetch function as well. So you do want to make sure those loaders are universal in that page.ts. So what if we wanted navigation that is shared on all the pages? So a common feature of these meta frameworks and rendering frameworks is layouts, the ability to have these wrapping components around the pages, which you can then use for UI components you want to appear across multiple pages. So remember those special route files? Well, this is another one of those. Instead of plus page, this is plus layout. So what if we wanted, for example, a navigation that is shared on all the pages? So by adding a plus layout.svelte component to a directory, we get this like wrapping layout, and we can use Svelte slots, like a slot component or a slot element, to control where the page content will actually end up. So something like this, with the nav sort of outside that slot, and then the individual about and characters pages are going to show up where the slot is, essentially. So let's talk about when something goes wrong in those load functions or in rendering. There's another special file, the plus error files. So one thing we're going to need to understand for the error pages, if you may call them, or the error components, is the page store. And it's worth stopping and taking a second to understand what the page store is all about. So you can import page, which is a store, from $app/stores, which is a generated module that SvelteKit provides to you. And so SvelteKit is smart enough to figure out that $app/stores, based on what routes you have and how it's configured, what properties will be in that page store. Here's some of the properties available on page though. You'll always have the URL, params, routes, status, error. The data that's normally passed to the page component is available in the page store as well as another thing called form, which we won't get into until later. So let's see some of these concepts, the layouts, the error pages in action. So I'm going to go back to this example, and I'm going to add a layout to the root. So let's close these up. So in our routes, I'm going to create a new file, plus layout.svelte. And I'll go back to the root here, just so there's no problems. Now you can see here, immediately, there's nothing. It's a blank page. And that is because, just like in the example from before, if you don't have a slot, it can't put the content of that slot in here. And so the page content is sort of a child of the template, if you would think about it like that. So by adding the slot, that's all I added, everything comes back. The pages work again. So what we want to do is we kind of want to take these links of about and character, and we want to move them into that layout instead of where they are. So we will add a nav element here, and in our nav we'll put these links. And now we've got about and characters, and you can see here as I navigate to about and to characters, the page content is added, but these links stick around. These home links are still from the page content, but these top ones here, they're just from our layout.svelte. Now an interesting thing here that we can do is we can turn JavaScript off. So if we go to the preferences here, go all the way to disable JavaScript, and hit refresh here, you can see that all this still works. Because again, we're server-side rendering this, that load of the characters takes a little bit longer, unless it's cached there. But essentially everything is still working without JavaScript. because that's server-side rendering, essentially, provided to you. One thing we might want to do is import the style sheet. So right now we've got this sort of in this page, the style sheet, or actually, sorry, we didn't load it anywhere. So we pulled the style sheet out. Now, I am going to make some changes to the style sheet again, just because I have them in the notes. Whoops. But you don't really have to worry about these changes. I'm just doing them to make things look a little bit nicer. But in our layout, since it is, again, just a Svelte component, we can also add our script tags. We can add an import, and in this case, we can import and we can sort of put a relative path outside of our routes even to this style.css. And because this is Vite and Svelte understand each other, just adding styles.css here is enough that it knows, oh, hey, I know where to get that. And it loads these styles. Whoops. Oh, that is some interesting stuff. I think this might be worthy of hitting restart. I'm just going to stop this, hit restart here, and see what is going on. Well, it's pretty good, but it's just got some styles up there for some reason. So we're importing. If I take this away, it's all still there. Okay, so something weird in my layout. I've never actually had this happen before, so I'm not entirely sure what is happening. We've got our script, our language here, and I didn't import this anymore. It's still there. So it's definitely something. Let's see. Got our layout. Our app HTML looks pretty normal. And our root layout here. It's got these Rebecca purple styles from somewhere. Okay, I just hit refresh and they all went away. So that was a bit odd, but sorry about that. Things are a little bit odd sometimes. Yeah, so where was I? We've got a slot. I wanted to add back in the styles, and that is not what I was expecting again. I pasted in the wrong thing. Right. So when pasting stuff in, make sure you are pasting in the right thing. So I must have grabbed that from the wrong file. So now let me paste in the CSS, not a Svelte component. Whew. Okay. Sorry about that. So now we have welcome SvelteKit learners. It's all styled. We have nicer sort of fonts happening here, and everything still works about the same. We've got the links kind of, with a link on hover, and everything is working. Now, we could put these styles in our lib folder as well, and just import from, lib.styles. But in this particular case with the global styles, I kind of like it being out here with the HTML. That's just me. Doesn't really matter though, you can do things however you like. Another thing you can do, because again, this is very similar to the pages in layouts, is you can load data from a layout. So in our directory here, in our root directory, here, let's close these off, we can add a new file here, and we will call this, well, actually, let's not do this in the root. Let's do this in, oh yeah, let's do this in the root, yeah. We will do a plus layout.ts file. And in our characters here, we're going to open up our page file. This is where our fetch for all the characters is. We're just going to copy and paste that into our layout file. So now, when the root is loaded up at all, it's going to fetch those characters. And it might not be exactly what you want. Maybe we do want to put this back in the characters, but we can talk about this in a sec. If I delete this page.ts right now, and I go to characters, do you think this will work? And the answer is, yeah, it does. So why is that? That's because when you fetch data in the layouts, when you fetch data in the layouts, whatever you return here is passed down to child pages. So if you sort of see what we have here, this is loaded in the root under this layout, and then it's passed down to our characters, which is then passed down to this page Svelte, which is our current page, and it's available as characters for, well, this page Svelte actually, data.characters. Fascinating, eh? So yeah, you can load data right in your Svelte file. So, one thing though, if we were to say, well, let's do this. If we were to say, go into one of these characters and just add something random here, you know, not an ID. Well, I mean, that's not bad. It's just kind of empty. Sort of a silent error, though. It doesn't really tell us what happened. It's just like, oh, this is a Bob's Burger character. It's not the best. But what we can do is we can have a real error here. We're not really dealing with errors here. This is just sort of the result of not dealing with anything. And so, if we come back in here, I keep accidentally opening this bookmarks because that's also the command to open the side explorer here. We can add an error component. So we're going to new file, and this is plus error.svelte. And actually, just to show you, we can do this other thing. If you go to the route here and you have that Svelte VS Code extension installed, you can do SvelteKit create plus error Svelte, and then you say the path of routes, but in this case we're doing it at the root. And now it created an error.svelte for us with just a little extra stuff in here already. So you can see here, we're importing that page store from app.stores, that special $app.stores, which is sort of generated for us by SvelteKit while you're building things. And it knows what these particular things are. So in this case, we've got the page status, a colon, and then whatever message the page error gives us. So now, we just need to see what happens first. Let's go back and, oh, it doesn't really look any different. We go in here, add some random data, and we've got the same thing. And that's because we're not really dealing with the error where it's fetched. So in our characters, ID, page TS, we've actually got to make some changes here. So in here, we could do, you know, a try catch, but that's really not actually the way you're supposed to do it. And it really won't work in the end. What we really want to check is whether this response was okay. So there is on the response object, and this is just like the response object. You can look that up on MDN. This is not a SvelteKit thing per se. This is a fetch thing. There's an okay property. And so we want to say, like, if the response is not okay, and that's a Boolean, we want to do some sort of thing. We want to throw an error, you know, a new error. Whatever this is. And now you can sort of see, oh, we're getting a 500 internal error. And that's not right. It's not a 500 internal error. This is supposed to be more like a 404. This just doesn't exist. Oops. And maybe it's because I spelled it wrong. But no, we're still getting it. And it's just, I think, how we're pulling the error out. So the error happens here. We've thrown this error, and because SvelteKit's sort of basic page thing can't decide, oh, I don't know what's causing this error. It just says it's something on the server. I don't really know what. But if the API is responding, telling us, hey, this is more than just like a server error, there's something on here, we can take that data out. So in this case, what we want to do is actually, SvelteKit provides us with an error function. So we're going to import that. So import, and it's a named function, or a named module, from, and this will be at svelte.js/kit. So that's sort of the SvelteKit module name. And now with error, you can sort of see, maybe if I hover over this, TypeScript will tell us, error takes like a status and then the body of what the error, essentially. So in our case, what we can do is, if the response is not okay, we're still going to throw, but we're going to throw an error, and we're going to get the status off the response, and then we're also going to get the message off the response. Now, I know that the API responds with JSON even when it errors. So because of that, I can say, well, let's actually await the response, but not text. Well, this will be JSON, because it's a JSON response. And we'll just call this like error. So I don't want to use the word error because I've already used it. And from error, I know we can get a description of what the actual error was, you know, sort of a user description. So now we've got the response status and the response error, and I think we'll get a much better message now for this error. So I'm going to hit return here, and we don't. And this doesn't look like the right kind of error page anyway. So back to debugging. So I don't want to bore you with all the debugging, but essentially what happened was all I did was stop the dev server, restart it, and everything started working as expected. So as you can see here, with the plus error svelte page in the root, we are catching it and displaying this as a custom error page rather than the default error page. We've got access to the page data, the status, and in this case, the error as well. And so that is custom error pages and custom error handling. So now let's talk about nesting and grouping. So an interesting thing you can do with a layout file or a plus layout file is you can put it in any of your route directories. And what this does is it has a nesting effect. So for the route you were on, it'll render the page wrapped inside the layout, which in turn is wrapped inside the layout from its parent directory, which in turn is wrapped inside the layout from its parent directory, and so on until the root directory. So like this picture kind of indicates, maybe the header and the footer are from the root directory plus layout file. But the dashboard route also has a plus layout file in that directory, which provides the dashboard sidebar. And then the children of you know, slash dashboard are analytics and settings. And they decide the content that is then passed into the slot in the dashboard layout. And that might look something like this. So you'd have the dashboard, it has a layout, there's a root layout, .svelte component, and then the analytics and settings pages are child components of the dashboard route. So let's talk about groups. So sometimes, especially as your routing grows, you just want to be able to group routes together. Sometimes it's a logical grouping, sometimes it's because they all share the same layout, and perhaps you have some routes that are maybe like app routes and some that are, you know, oh, these are website routes and they have a totally different layout, totally different look, totally different style sheets, but you want to keep them all in the same app, and you just want to have URLs that aren't affected by these groupings. And so you can do that with these parentheses, these groups. By using parentheses as the directory name, around the directory names, it basically takes it out of the path, takes it out of the root, doesn't affect the URL path, essentially. And this allows you to sort of group certain things. You can also put like plus page.svelte files directly as a group child, and that just sort of indicates that, oh, this route, the root here of this route, the root of this route, belongs into one of these groups and therefore shares a layout. So we'll see how groups work with the live coding portion. But let's also talk about errors. So like layouts, error pages can be nested as well. And what this allows you to do is basically it catches the errors wherever they're loaded. So if your error occurred in a load.ts loading function, a page.ts loading function, what it'll do is it'll look for the error after it errors. It'll look for an error.svelte file, a plus error.svelte file in the same directory as the load. If it doesn't find one, it goes up a directory. It basically climbs the directory tree, looking for one there. If it's not there, it goes up. It's up until it hits the root. If there's nothing, no error.svelte in the root file, it displays the default error. If your error is thrown in a layout load function, though, layout.ts load function, it'll actually sort of skip the sibling error page and just go up. It'll look up first. And so if you're in the root and you've got that error.svelte page in the root, it'll skip that and actually go right directly to the default error page. Now the default error page can be customized by putting an error.html file where you have that app.html file, but we're not going to be doing that in this particular module. So the common use case of the error boundaries like this is basically if you have a very nested route and it's only sort of showing the content of a section of the page and it errors there, maybe the load errors there, you can sort of confine the error to that little spot rather than blowing away the whole page, which is what we were sort of seeing when I was doing it before. So I am just going to show you this with live coding now. So I'm going to switch branches and we'll go in here. So what we have here is kind of a similar idea to what we were showing before. We have home and about, and these are marketing pages. These are designed to like bring people to the app, but then we can link into the app itself. And so in this case, we've got the app dashboard and it's got a totally different layout, totally different feel. In this case, we don't want what's happening right now, which is that universal nav, that top nav, to be showing in the dashboard, because this is something you log into. This is like an app you use. It's not about the marketing of the website. It shouldn't be included in the app itself. So we basically can solve this with with groups. So to make a group, we just use the parentheses. Oops. So to make a group, we just use the parentheses. We say marketing, and now we have a marketing group. And so what we can do is we can take the layout, we can sort of drag that in there. And now once we're in here, we're going to have to adjust this because it's, the pathing is no longer correct. If we were using the lib, this actually wouldn't be a problem, but the pathing has to go up one more level now just to keep that styles right. If we go back home here, we'll need the page content, so we'll also need to drag that in there. So now our root is under the marketing, and then our app is sort of its own thing, so it's /app dashboard. And they're like, oh, wait, we actually need about in there as well, right? Because about is all part of the marketing website. So our about page works, our home page works, but we don't want /app dashboard in the routes. We want to have it just be /dashboard. It will go to the dashboard. We just don't want it that extra segment, essentially. Again, no problem. We can use groups to solve that. So if we make, the app directory here, if we turn this into a group by renaming it with the parentheses, now it's a group called app. And so our link won't work there anymore. And we'll have to go into that main page. This is where they would link, log in or something. And we need to change this because this no longer has the /app because that's ignored when dealing with the URL. And so now we have at /dashboard, the dashboard, and the about page, and they're sharing different layouts, different styles. So oops. So now let's talk about nesting a little bit. Let's go into the About directory here. Let's close some of these off. So in our About page here, we are going to add a little layout. So we're going to add a new file here. It would be a plus layout.svelte directory. And in our About layout now, we're going to add a little, this is going to be the About sidebar, let's call it. So we'll do sort of like a section, and in our section we'll do an aside, and in our aside we'll have a nav, and in the nav we'll have a list. I'm hoping Prettier will come clean this up. And then I guess this is where we would do UL, sorry. And LI, and this is where we would do sort of our different links. So we're going to have different sections that all sort of belong in About here. And so we will just have, let's just do we'll have a section that is About /team. And we'll say this is the team. I'm trying to think of common things from the About section. And then in another one, we will have About, maybe we'll do About story, our story. Our story. I see that something is not liked here. It's ref. And lastly, we'll do About mission, maybe. This is our mission. Now, each of these are going to just have some extra page stuff. So this isn't the About page. You can sort of see it's not in the home page. It's obviously not in the dashboard, or at least maybe that should be obvious. But this is sort of just extra sections to the About page. So now we need to actually add those sections in. In our About here, we're going to need new folders. So we will have our team. So this is, again, the routing. So you're going to control the routing just with these directories. We'll do another folder, which is, what's it again? Story. And a new folder that is mission. And now in these, we just need our page. So we'll say, okay, we need a page plus page.svelte. So this is the actual content. And I think we'll just keep these really simple. We will just say, H1, the team, and maybe a paragraph that just says, this page, this is about our team. And maybe we'll do another, so story, we'll do kind of the same thing. I'll even copy and paste this just for a little bit of shared time. This will be our story. The story of our story. And lastly, our mission. Our mission. This is about the mission. Okay, so with our little nesting happening here, we realize that, nothing's actually showing up for these, and that is because I didn't put a slot in our layout. So you always need to remember to put a slot in your layout. So I'm just going to add a main file here maybe. I'll just add class main so that it's not the actual main. And I'll throw my slot in here. Slot. And now we can sort of see, hey, this is showing up our story. But I wanted this to be a sidebar, so I need some styles. Style. And I am actually just going to copy and paste these styles, even though there's not very many. We're basically just doing a little bit of a flex. Okay. Maybe this just isn't wide enough. If we widen this out, no, it's still not quite affected here. So in our layout, we have our slides. This is our class main. Right, I guess this needs to go inside the section. There we go. So As you can see here, if you go to the About page, you get the About page content. And if you click Team or Our Story or Our Mission, the whole page doesn't change. It's really just this little section that's changing over here. Oh, and I see I've got a typo on the Team page. No problem, we can fix that. This is about our team. So now, what would happen if we, we're loading data? This was dynamic content. This wasn't just our static stuff. We're loading data for the mission here. So we're going to make a pluspage.ts file. We're going to add our load function, export load function. And I think what we're just going to do in this load function is we are going to immediately throw the error. So now we're going to have to import error. From Svelte at svelte.js/kit. And it needs a status. So in this case, we'll do maybe a 500 or let's do a 404 and say there was no mission. So what's going to happen here now is going to try and demonstrate this is we're going to look at the About page, we're going to look at the Team page, we're going to look at the story, and as I hit this for the loading, we've got that pre-rendering thing. Let me just quickly knock that out. I forgot I changed branches, but I didn't get rid of this in this branch, I guess. So get rid of that again. That's going to just confuse things. So we're going to hit this mission, and it blows away the whole page. This is the error page showing again. 404, there was no mission. But what we can do is we can add, an error handler here, an error boundary. So here's our error.svelte. We put this specifically in here. I'm even going to use, no, this is fine. Yeah, I'm actually going to use the plugin again, the VS Code plugin, to create this error page, because then it just starts out with a little bit of extra stuff already in there. And so now, with this error page, just by where it's positioned, close this off, we can see, I just want to pull this open. If I go to About, Our Team, I'm going to go to Our Mission. It doesn't blow away the whole page again, because this is where the error happens in this load, and this error exists, so it limits the error to here. Now we are still seeing the error page, but it's confined to the section that actually erred rather than blowing away the whole page. And you can sort of see the difference as this moves up. Now in this particular case, just by the way Mission and Team don't have their own layouts, moving this up one layer actually won't make a difference at all. If we move this to About, this is going to be exactly the same, because that's where the error happens. Our About content is good, our Mission content is where it errs. So it's caught by this error and it's confined to this section where the slot is. But if we move it up yet another section into the marketing group here, this is a little closer to the root. This is, the error happens and it's caught by this error. So you still get the global nav here, the top nav. But when you go to here, the whole About page content is blown away. And of course, lastly, if you were to move this up to the root, now it will just pretty much behave like it was. Yeah, essentially you're going to hit here and it's going to blow away the whole page and just have the entire error. And if you took it away entirely, you would just have the default error page showing. So when I go to here, we get the default error page, which looks kind of the same. So now we get to talk about something called parallel loading. So when you go to a route in Svelte, it sort of synchronously figures out which load functions are going to be needed and then calls them all together at the same time. So this is good because this helps to avoid waterfalls. All the load functions may not depend on each other. There is a way, if you do depend on sort of like a layout, a parent layout or somewhere in your trees, you can await parent. There's a parent that gets passed as the event, a parent function. You can await the result of that function and depend on it so that you can, maybe get some data that you depend on before you need to fetch something. If you do that, you are reintroducing waterfalls. And so there's kind of this thing you have to take in mind. You need to know that it calls all the load functions at the same time, which reduces waterfalls, and you have to be careful not to reintroduce them by what you're doing. So just to check out what this looks like, I'm just going to, I'm going to switch branches again to look at something a little bit different. Okay, so this is our page, Advanced Server Techniques. I'm about to click on this theme picker, and when I do, we're going to see what we get. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there we go. So that was a long load from when I clicked to when it showed up. And the reason is I've artificially slowed some APIs. So we've got some APIs here. I won't go into the crux of these. We'll get to building APIs later. But the idea here is I've set some artificial delays here of 2 seconds on these API responses. So each API, both colors and config, are going to wait 2 seconds before they actually respond, which is just going to delay that response. We've got in our theme picker here, we've got a regular layout, which just adds some styles. In our theme picker, though, we have a layout which does a fetch for some config. Let me just get rid of this. Layout which does a fetch for some config and passes that. And then also in our page, we've got a load function that waits for that config, then also fetches for some colors, and then uses the config theme, passes that up, and then in our actual component, we're basically figuring out, we wait for the data, we figure out which theme is sort of the default selected theme, and then we display. And so that's where sort of this delay is coming from. And this is what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So now I just want to show you something to make a point. If I were to take this line here where we're awaiting the parent and to get the config here, because that's from the layout, and I just move it under colors, just moved it. Everything's still the same, everything's still, what do you think is going to happen? Well, I'll show you. Let's hit refresh here just to make sure. I'm getting ready to click, and click. 1, 2, boom. No longer a 4-second wait, it's a 2-second wait. Why is that? It's because just by changing the order here, you can sort of see, how these promises operate. This await is awaiting for colors, but this await hasn't been hit yet. The code is sort of suspended here. Meanwhile, though, like I said, it collects all the load functions it needs to run and then calls them all together, all at once. So this load function from the layout, this has already been called. So this promise is already running. This fetch is already happening. And so since they both are delayed about 2 seconds, they both happen at about 2 seconds. And then this returns. So that's why you can see such a drastic change from the 4-second to the 2-second here just by moving that. Now, this is sort of to demonstrate if you don't need to depend on a parent for whatever data you're fetching, don't wait for it. So in this case, we actually don't even need to await this config. We don't depend on it at all. And the config, even though we get theme out here, the config is already loaded in the layout. And since the layout passes the data loader to all the pages, like directly into the page component, we don't even need this here. We just need to change our component a little bit. So if we go into our component now, and wherever we're getting theme from here, right here, instead of just pulling theme off there, we actually just get the config, which is available from the layout, and get the theme like that. Well, then we don't even need that, and this is all still going to work. So we're going to get in here, we're going to, you know, click this, 1, 2, boom, still going to work, and we didn't even need that. And another thing, just because of how SvelteKit does things, is we don't even need to await in our load functions, really. Because if you're awaiting, if the thing you return, the object you return, the properties that are sort of the top level properties, so not if you nest them, but the top level properties are promises. Like if the values of this object are promises, SvelteKit is smart enough to know to await those already. So if I were to just take away this await and take away this other await, this will work exactly the same. So we've taken away the parent, we've taken away the await, we've simplified this a lot, and there is going to be no noticeable difference. 1, 2, it's going to load because SvelteKit, again, waits for those top level promises. If the promises are nested, it does something different, but we'll get to that later. Yeah, just something to be aware of. It's important to understand how the parallel loading works and not get confused a bit so that you don't accidentally cause your own sort of problems, essentially, your own sort of waterfalls. So that was the routing module. It was a little bit long, had a little bit of debugging going on there. But what we saw was how to use plus layout files and slots. We loaded data for the from PageTS load functions. We loaded data in layout TS functions. We saw how to use params and the dynamics, you know, with the box route segments to, you know, load. We use them in a load function to load the details from the API. We saw how nested layouts worked with the, you know, the little team about page with the different nested layouts. We saw how grouping sort of changes the directory structure but doesn't affect the routing, and how you can use that to sort of group things logically and have similar layouts for different things. And we saw how to catch errors and how to display those errors either, you know, confined to the space they want or globally, and how to customize those errors. So that's the routing module. Let's move to the exercise. So now we're into the exercise portion of the module. So for this exercise, I want you to use the skills you've learned to build a simple blog. Now, we're going to provide you with the data for that blog, and you can change the data if you like, of course. But we're going to give it to you in a package which you can put in your lib/posts directory. And it's going to export 2 functions, get post summaries and get post by slug. You can use these functions to then create a blog index page. We just basically we want a page that lists all the blog posts with their title and excerpt, and then you can click on the title and it goes to navigates to a blog post page with the slug and shows all the blog post title and the content. Simple enough. You can find the library at svelte.fun/posts.zip. It's a zip file, unzip it, and then you can just put the contents into your lib. If you have any questions, you can have to text me, I guess, because this is a video. And of course, I am going to be going through the exercise, what I would do, but I encourage you to pause the video, try for about 20 minutes first, and then come back and see how you did. Have you done that? Pause it now. Okay, you're back. So I'm just going to show you what I would do with this challenge. Okay, so this is what we want. All right. So starting with the project that we already spun up before. We've got the example here. Let's just do what we did earlier and kind of delete everything except that styles. We'll keep that. Move everything else to trash, and I'll move the styles up to the source because I like doing that. And we'll get rid of everything in the lib as well here. So just so we don't have these errors showing, let's create our plus page.svelte. And this is just our, blog post page. I guess we can call it SvelteKit blog. And let's just make that go. That arrow go away. And there we go. So it's usually a good idea to start out with a layout. So let's do that. Let's add a new file, plus layout.svelte. Oops. Try it again. New file, plus layout.svelte. And in our layout here, we will this is where we will import that style sheet. So we'll import, and we can just do the relative path and styles.css. And there we go. And now you can see there's no content here because we haven't got a slot. So we need to add a slot. We'll just add a self-closing one. And then, so we might as well add a few extra pages for that extra credit. So let's just add a nav here. And because I love it, let's just use, well, let's just do a home and an about. All right, so now we got a home and an about page link. We can quickly create a about. I'll use the SvelteKit VS Code plugin here to create a route. So we want an about route, and I just want to put a page svelte in there, and I'll do something similar to the home page. You can get rid of all this. This type data, you might be wondering, what is all that? That is types you needed before, but now can be completely inferred by SvelteKit, because SvelteKit is always getting better and better all the time. So in this case, we'll just say this is the about page. And in our about page, we might as well do the title thing as well. So that's the Svelte head, and we'll put a title in there. Oops. About page, not the and about page. And there we go. So back to our blog. Oh, we might as well do that for the blog as well, I guess. So in the main page here, we'll just add that title. We'll just call this the SvelteKit blog as well. Now we're going to want to do a list of all the blog posts, and we'll get the blog posts from that library. So like I mentioned before, you can find that library at svelte.fun/posts.zip, because it's a zip file, and that'll show up here. Oops. Let's get that back. Our downloads here. Okay, so I've unzipped it already here, and we've got this posts, which we can actually just drag right into our VS Code. So let's see there. Just drag that right in, and I'll put that in the lib. There we go. You can check it out. So there's an index, so you can just import from post. This db.json is just JSON. You can feel free to change the contents of that entirely. And we've got our type post and our methods here, so our functions. So yeah, that's what we will be using. So now we should, I guess we'll start with a list. Probably a list of articles seems like maybe the way to do it in my head. Let me know if you think otherwise. Article seems to be a good, this seems to be the natural use for a article tag. And in here we will do, basically a link inside the title, and then the slug will be the link there, and then we'll add the content. So now let's change this to actually use the data. So it'll look something like that. And actually let's add some styles, because let's get rid of that little list style there. So if I add here, let's go with H1, let's style it with my favorite color, Rebecca Purple. And we will do a margin bottom, just to add a little spacing between each of the blog posts. We'll do 3 rem. And let's get rid of that list style, like I said, list style none. And what are we doing here? H2, so we'll do H2, and we'll say, I don't know, margin 0, because then we can have it sort of butting right up against the excerpt. And our articles, article, we can basically maybe add a little spacing to that instead, so that they'll be spaced out, but the heading will be right up against the excerpt. I think that's probably good. We can even match the spacing of the title for that. Okay, so now we need to fetch some data. So we open up this. We've got to add, a page.ts. So this will be our load function that we'll need to implement here. So let's export load. And that'll be, it can be an async function. Usually is a good idea to make with that. So you can await various things. And now this is where we are going to need our blog post. So like I said, you can use the content that we already gave you. We don't have to do actual fetches yet. We can do that in a different exercise. So for now, I'm just going to import the get post summaries. I think it was summaries from lib/post. So again, this is the shortcut lib. It'll go into that lib directory and then posts. And then we're going to use that. So I think in this function we can just return posts. And we'll just, well, we don't even have to await this. So because of the top level of all the objects returned by the load function are awaited if they are promises, we can just assume if this is, an async function, it'll load correctly. And if it's not an async function, it'll still load correctly. So we don't even need this async at all. This will be our load function. And now if we go back to our home page here, just need to add that script tag, and then we'll get this data loading in here. So the way you, again, add prompts, or sorry, the way you get access to that data from the loader is to have a prop named data. So we'll do a get data here. Now this data should, if the types are correct here, have a post on it. You can see it does. Oh, and it even says our post has a slug, a title, and an excerpt. So that's great. So let's do a little reactive variable here. We'll call this posts. It'll just pull off posts. And then inside here, we just want to do an each post as, instead of doing post as post, let's pull off the individual things that we need. So it was like slug, title, and I don't think it was description, right? It was excerpt. What was that again? Oh, data. Oh, I guess it's not going to let me do this. Got to finish, get out of your error state before you can see the types. There we go. Excerpt, yeah. Slug title, excerpt. Thank you, TypeScript. Okay, so now let's do our replacements. So we want to, we don't have hello world for everything. We actually want to replace this ref with the slug. Then we want to have the title here, title of the blog post, and of course the content. Let's keep it in a p tag. We don't know what's going to be inside there, but I know that it's going to be text. So in this case, I'll just put the excerpt like that. Oops. Some problem with me in spelling excerpt. And there we go. You can see this coming along nicely. We've got our blog posts. We could use maybe a little more spacing or a little less spacing between this H2. Let's do, or maybe it's the P tags. Yeah, it's probably the P tags. Let's do that. Maybe a bit too much. Let's do just these P tags by adding a class excerpt. I will spell it correctly at some point. All right. Then maybe if we need to change it to a div later, we can change it. Okay, so here we go. We have our pages. We can sort of hover over this and see it is going to a slug based on date. This one says Oct 2022. And we've got our little description. So now let's do the individual pages. So for those, we are basically going to add a dynamic route here. Here, let's make this a little bit smaller again so we can see what we're doing. So we've already got our about route and our home, and I think our blog can pretty much be just right off the root here. We don't need to do /posts or anything. We can just do the root because, well, we'll learn about it later, but the way this will work is the about page will still be accessible. So let's do that. Let's just add a new directory, because again, directory based, and we'll add the dynamic, the dynamic box, and we'll call it slug. So if it doesn't match about, it'll match a slug. And in here we'll need a plus page file, of course. And we can think about what we want for this. I think we kind of want to copy most of the other pages first. So we'll do, for the title, it'll be blog, how about, and then maybe its title. We're going to need that data, but we'll get that in a sec. Script. This could be data title, and same with this. Now, of course, it's erroring because we haven't set up that load function for these types yet. And then we'll do an article. Well, I guess this should all be an article, actually. Article, one article being the whole blog post. And we'll just do, I don't know, another p tag for the content again. So data.content. All right, now let's do the load function here. So again, we create a plus page.ts, and we're going to need a load function. So we'll get load. Oops. And yes, Copilot already has predicted this. We will need params because we're going to pull that dynamic slug off the params here. So whatever sort of in the second segment on the URL is what we're going to get as slug, as long as it's not about. So from there, we just say, const slug equals params dot slug. We don't need that join. Thank you very much. This should just be a string. And I think just because of those errors, then we are going to return, and now we need an object that's going to sort of represent this blog post. So we have that function which we can import, which is import get post by slug. Posts. And I think maybe this returns an object. Returns a post object, yeah. So we can actually just return this, I think, and then we'll get all sort of the individual objects separately. We could also add a post. Maybe just for good hygiene, we can just do post. We'll call it, and we will pass it the slug. So now, if we come back here, might need to hit save again. We've got a post, right? So now we need to actually make this not data. So this will be, well, we'll do the reactive one so that it actually changes post, and then we'll change all these little datas to, well, we could even, well, let's just do it this way. Post title. Make sure to put that in the little templating interpolation thing, and post content. Okay, so what is post? Undefined, it says. It's either a post or undefined. And what does that mean exactly? If we go into here, our post has slug, title, excerpt, and content. Okay, so this should be okay. Slug, we don't need. Title, post, title. Oh, it's possibly undefined because it might not find one. Okay, well, we're going to have to deal with that. So for now, I think we can do, well, let's actually deal with that in the load. So instead of posting here, let's do const post equals, and we may need to await that. We probably do, just in case it's async. And now we can basically say if there is no post, so if this didn't find a post matching that, then we can throw an error. And we want to import that error because we don't want to use the error, just a regular error. We want to actually use that error that SvelteKit supplies from svelte.js.kit. And so error takes a status and then a message or a body. So we'll do error, we'll say 404, post not found. Sure. That looks pretty good. Now we go back here. Everybody's happy because we know if it throws ahead, TypeScript's smart enough to know that, oh, well, now I know there is a post, so this is actually just a straight up post type. And let's see what we've got. If we open this up just to see a little more, This is our index page. We hover over this, it's going to go to December 02, and there we go. Nice. We might want a little bit of styles. You know, maybe we want to do article max width. And we could do something like, you know, whatever's smaller, maybe 600 pixels or 90%. I'm not much of a designer, so you do whatever you think looks good, but I'm just trying to think of something. And maybe we just want to like center it in the page, so margin auto. And there we go. That looks pretty good. If the screen gets too big, oh, maybe my max width didn't work, or I'm mistaking how it works. Article. I'm actually kind of curious. So let's inspect here. So our article is max width. Oh, maybe 600 just isn't big enough. If I change this to like 400 or 200. I guess it's just not big enough. So let's drop this all the way down to 400, and now we might be able to see that difference. So whatever is smaller, 400 pixels or 90. There we go. Cool. And that is the exercise. So again, the next exercise, we can build on this same thing. So keep this around, keep this project around, or if you need to, you can go to the repo and just check out, you know, whatever the current state of the next exercise is. See you in the next module. So welcome to module 3, even more routing. So to be as flexible as possible, SvelteKit provides a bunch of routing features so that you can create the URL structure you want without having to compromise. And so we're going to just go through rapid fire a bunch of these features to see how they work with little examples. So the first is REST parameters. If you don't know statically how many route segments you're going to need or what they are, you can use the REST syntax. So similar to the REST operator in JavaScript, you know, function parameters, you can add 3 dots, and adding these 3 dots to a dynamic segment is a REST param. So in this case here, if this was the routing structure we had with the directory, so or repo tree is like not dynamic, branch is dynamic, and then ... file, if we were to navigate to this route, then the params data we would get is this data right here. So it matches the org, yep, that's in params, repo's in params, branch is in params, and then file comes back with the rest of the route. So the REST param comes back as a string, not as an object. So you have to parse that string yourself, and you can do whatever you need to do with that. And it doesn't have to be used at the end either. But if you do use it in the middle, you need to be aware that it will match whether there is an inner segment or not. So in this case, this is going to match, you know, A/C if there was nothing, ABC, or any of the, like anything that has A but also has a C sort of at the end. So to look at that, we just have a quick little example that kind of follows exactly what we said here. We have this route, org, repo, tree, branch, and then file. And so just like I said in the slide, here's a link. I'm going to click this link, and you can see it's this page TS is, or page Svelte is just displaying the params to the page. And what we got back for params were org, which matches this, you know, Svelte.js, kit, or repo, which matches this kit, branch, which matches master, because tree was, you know, was static. It was already just defined right here as the word tree. So in order to match, that had to be exactly tree. And then everything else just gets put under file as a string, and you have to match that yourself. So that is REST parameters. Optional parameters. So let's say you had a route, you know, and your directory structure was sort of dynamic lang and then /home, let's say. This would match en/home. So let's say you want the language code to be the first segment, you get language from the params, and then you send translations based on that, let's say. But what if you also wanted just /home without anything there to also match? In this case, it wouldn't, right? You wouldn't have a lang there, so it just doesn't even match the route at all. But you could go through the rigmarole of, I'm going to just have another /home directory, and in the root, and that'll just make work just like /lang /home. But there's a better way, obviously. If you just wrap the dynamic parameter in double boxes, double square brackets, it becomes optional, and now the route matches even when the first segment isn't there. When you do this, the params will come in as empty, but the route still matches, and so the files that what you're going to actually serve is from the page.t svelte or whatever, and what you're going to load still matches. So let's get a little more live coding explanation of that. So we've got here an optional parameter of lang. We've got our page here, and you can sort of see in the code what's happening is we get our params, and if lang isn't defined, we default to en. But if it is defined, just use whatever that is. And then in our Svelte, in our Svelte component here, you can see we just basically use that right off of the data. And so what we get from that is this. We basically have our route defaults to English, but if you wanted to have French or Spanish, you could have that, and all the rest of the website could follow down after this match. Breaking out of layouts. So in general, the layout.svelte is in effect for all of the child routes defined below it, in the directory hierarchy. But you can break out of that using the @ segment syntax. You can add that to your file name. So you can add an @about to the +page.svelte file name, and Svelte knows to break out of that layout all the way up to the about section layout. So essentially this would ignore all the layout.svelte files in between there and their loaders as well. So in this case, the layout at section ID layout and section ID info layout would be ignored. You can also just jump right to the root by not adding a segment. So you just add the @ file, page @.svelte. It'll break out all the way to the root layout. So just doing this can actually be a good strategy. Sometimes it can get confusing trying to do everything with groups and layouts, and it can kind of get messy. So this technique just kind of gives you an option where you can always just rewind all the way to the root, then import like a reusable layout or loader function and use that here. Just giving you full control in the end, and so things don't have to get too messy. And so, of course, also works on layout.svelte files. They can break out as well using the same syntax. In this case, the layout, if you added out about, would just jump all the way to the about file. If you do it this way, everything below in the hierarchy for this layout will also have been effectively broken out in the exact same way. So this might be a little confusing, so let's check this one out. Whoops. So we've got our old example here where we've got the app and the marketing, and the app has its own layout and ignores the marketing, and the marketing has this like nested layout, especially the about page here where we have the team, the story, and the commitment in this case. And so if we show by opening commitment here, if I'm going to go up to the about page again, and I'm going to rename this commitment to @page and now we need to go higher than the about page. Currently this is using the about layout. So if we go all the way up to marketing, the group layout here, then that should get us all the way up to this marketing layout.svelte. And so you can sort of see how that works. So the about page looks the same, team looks the same, story looks the same, but if I click on commitment here, we've lost the tabs because it jumps out of the tabs are brought in this about layout. But this has jumped all the way up to marketing layout. So we still have the top layer. And now if I also were to just like take this complete layout, now this will jump all the way to the root. And let's hit refresh there, I think. Again, sorry, commitment all the way to the root. So we don't even have the top nav. And that actually sort of demonstrates an interesting problem with CSS loading and how it works. Because if I hit refresh here, the CSS never loaded because the root layout doesn't load CSS in this. So we actually need to add a root layout to this example. But yeah, that is how the example, you can break out of your layouts in case you needed like more control over exactly what things look. And this is how you do it with the @ symbol. So matchers. Matchers are a way to really get control of your routing by validating what actually matches a route. So let's say you have a route like post/page, where page is dynamic. You could match, page/3, and that might be what you want, but it would also match page/ what does this do? Because it matches pretty much everything. It doesn't differentiate between what are like numbers and what are strings. But you can specify that with matchers. So matchers are predicate functions, functions that you want to return true if your parameters do match, and false if they don't match. So SvelteKit looks in a special directory, source/params for matchers. The file name indicates the name of the matcher, and every matcher file has to return one function called match. It has to export that, not return that. The file names can only be alphanumeric and have underscores, and that's sort of to match how it will be called or introduced. So in this case, this is a matcher file. This would be at source params workshop_type. And there's some types happening here, but what this function essentially does is it's only allowing the strings intro, intermediate, and advanced to match. If it's not one of those 3 specific strings, this route will not match, and it'll either fall to alphabetical or default or whatever else, however you're doing your matching. The way you add the matcher to the dynamic parameter is just with an equal sign. Essentially, you say you have your dynamic page, you use that equal sign, and then the name, in this case, workshop type of the matcher that you want to use. So now this route would only match if it had one of those 3 valid workshop type segments. Failing to match and throwing a 404 if it was something else, which is probably what you want. So let's see how that works. So we've got the same setup from earlier. We've got the characters loading here in our Bob's Burger. But let's say we didn't want, we like it, if you type in an ID that's out of range, oh yeah, we'd like to say, hey, that character is not found. But we kind of don't want just like gobbledygook, what does this do to like show this screen, this like character not found. We kind of want this to throw like an error, or go to the error page, like this page isn't found. What are you even looking for? And so the way we would do that again is with matchers. So we can do that by, adding a directory here, and this will be params because it always looks in params. And now we name the file basically whatever we want our matches to be. So in this case, we only want integers to match, so we'll just call it integer, and that'll be the matcher we use. And then inside this file, we need to export a function, a predicate function called match. And now this function is going to get a value, and it's always going to be a string because this is sort of the segment value. And now we just need to return true if it's what we want to match, yes, and false if it's not. So in this case, we can do return, and we can just do a regex. Actually, this is a really great one, what it's had. This is just any digit, 1 or more, test, and that's it. If there's something else in there, it's going to be false. So that seems like exactly what we want. And so now the way we use that is in here where we've got characters and their ID. We just need to change this directory name, this dynamic ID, to include integer as a matcher. So now this will continue to work. We can see Dottie, and if we go out of range, 999, we still get a 404 character not found. But if we go back to that, what does this do? Just like some other route, it throws 404 because this is our default 404. Hey, that page doesn't exist. What are you even looking for? So that's how matchers work. So with all these different ways to match routes, it may become obvious that one route can match multiple route paths. So route priority, or as it's known in the SvelteKit docs, sorting, is basically deciding which route actually matches when multiple routes could match. So for example, if you're navigating to foo-abc, you would actually match all of these different routes configured in your directory structure. So how does it decide which of these like page.sveltes is actually going to get served? Well, there are rules. Basically, the first rule is that more specific routes will have higher priority. So a route with like no dynamic parameters is more specific than a route with one dynamic parameter and will therefore have higher priority. Parameters with matchers are a higher priority than those without. Optional and rest parameters are basically ignored unless they're the last segment, in which case they're still dealt with the lowest priority. So what does that mean exactly? It means like if you had X and then an optional parameter Y and then Z, this has the same priority score essentially as X/Z. It'll be sorted based on something else because that's the same priority. And then lastly, all ties are resolved alphabetically. So just to take a look at that, if we look here, we've got basically that set up. We've got foo here, and if we look at our, let's just get rid of this. If we look at our directory structure, you can see we've got right now just one actual route in the root. So this is the only route that's going to match. But I've got these other routes, and I'm just going to drag these into the root to demonstrate the priorities. So now foo-abc could match any of these. And so if I click here, you can see this is the one that's being served. That's what all these page.sveltes just say. Which one is they actually being served? So of course, the one foo-abc, which is the most specific with no dynamic parameters at all, it's the highest priority. But if we move that one out, so it's no longer an option, and I can like go back to here so as not to ruin the surprise, which of these do you think will be the match now? Catch all, A equals B, or foo-C? Well, if you guessed foo-C, you'd be right. Because, again, we've got some static parts of this, so it's specific, only going to match on foo- and then the dynamic C. So that's higher than the B, the A, the whatever. So we move that one out. And which one do you think will match now? Oh, it's the matcher, right. Because dynamic routes with a matcher are higher priority than those without. So, of course, it's going to be higher priority than the B. And that, of course, is only if it actually matches. Let's move that out. It would be the B. And lastly, because it has no real value, the catch-all, which is a rest. So that's a demonstration. Hopefully you understood how priority is determined and which actual route is served based on the rules. So, in this last module, we talked about a lot of different things. We talked about rest parameters, we talked about optional parameters, we talked about breaking out of the layout hierarchy, we talked about matchers and how you sort of define those to narrow what routes are actually matching. We talked about right priority and which would actually serve if you have multiple routes that match multiple different directories. Now on to the exercise. So for our next exercise, I'm going to ask you to add a portfolio page to the blog you've already created in the last exercise. So this portfolio page, it has a few requirements. So it should have a list of project links, and you can style them, add an image, whatever you want. And these links should open a new window, and that window should not share any styles or layout at all with the blog styles and layout. They should just be completely blank, sort of like the demonstration here in the slide. So one thing you might want as a hint is you probably want to import the style CSS in the root layout so that you have access to global styles, but maybe you want to move that around possibly. I'm not sure. There's lots of different ways you could solve this, lots of different ways you can implement this, so feel free to like just mess around, try things out, experiment. I'm going to give you one example of many of adding a portfolio page right after you give it a try. So give yourself about 20 minutes and then come back and watch the rest. Pause the video. Okay, I'm going to assume you tried it. How did it go? Hopefully good. So here's what I'm going to do. So portfolio page. Okay, we're going to make it look kind of like this. All right, good. Let's get rolling. So here is our blog from the last exercise. So let's start out by doing some things, I guess. So I guess the first thing we want to do, maybe we will just fix up some of these little styles. So in the root layout, we could add, well, maybe I want to do this in the styles. Let's add a little padding to this body because it looks a little squished right up against the border like that. Let's just give it a 1 rem padding just to add a little space there. And now, you know, maybe in our layout here, our root layout, we can add some style, and we'll just give like, you know, we'll have the nav. Let's not do justify content. Let's do justify content flex end, and let's move it to the other side. There we go, and we just need a little gap in between those. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So yeah, with styles like that, now I guess we can add a portfolio link. So first off, I'll start by adding a route. So I'll use the VS Code extension here, and I will add a route called portfolio. And I'm just gonna add a page svelte to that right now. And in here, we'll sort of like steal kind of what we do with the about page. And we'll just put portfolio here instead. Oops. And here as well. And then I guess we're going to actually need a link to this. So in the layout, we'll just add another one here, another link, and yeah, we'll just, thank you, Copilot. Just take that one. Okay, so now we have home, about, and portfolio. Go to portfolio, see portfolio, title. All right, off to a good start. So now let's make our portfolio. So let's start out with a list. You know, this is a list of our projects. So we'll do a UL and LI, and maybe just for style's sake, we'll just get rid of the list styles. And padding. And in each of these, we would like to do a project card. So a good thing about Svelte that I like is that it's so HTML focused and just HTML and JavaScript and CSS that you can pretty much use any examples you get anywhere. So let's just go onto the internet and Google for CSS card, maybe, and just take the first result here. Okay, this actually looks pretty good. This is kind of what I want. And so I'm just going to inspect this. That's the image. Just bring this down a bit. Maybe I'll make this a bit wider. And let's find that card. Here we go. So I am just going to right click and like copy the outer HTML here, and or actually I can just take this right here and just plop that right in there. Okay, and then we just need the styles. So I can sort of do the same thing. Well, here, let's just make some replacements first. So in here, we don't want this because that's, you know, doesn't exist here. Let's just put for now placeholder.com, and we'll just do the 150 pixel size. Holder. Ooh, it looks huge. I think that is because I am zoomed in a little here, but let's keep going here. So I am actually going to just grab my styles so that I don't bore you. You can play around with your styles for these cards. It's really not the important part, right? We're not learning CSS here. We're kind of learning Svelte. So I'm just going to paste my styles from my notes here. And there, we kind of have that, that same looking card. Looking pretty nice. So now we want to make 3 of these. We want to have like projects, right? Project 1, project 2, project 3. So let's just kind of make those exist. So So let's turn these cards here. Let's turn this card here into a link. And we'll give it a ref of, we'll just make this one go to /portfolio/ project 1. And yes, this doesn't exist yet, but I will create that in just a second. Okay, and we've got a hover effect there. And let's just change this. So this will be, project 1, and then a description, something like a really cool project. And then let's make 3 of these. So just copy and paste. We could load this from data, but right now I don't want to. So yeah, 3, and we'll just change these to project 1 and 3, and maybe we'll change the description here to, I'll just say this one is experiments with SvelteKit, and maybe this one is an awesome to-do list. Okay, so we've got our 3 projects. Now we just actually need to create those routes. So back to our directory structure, and in portfolio here, I am just going to use the VS Code extension again to create a route, and I'm just going to call it project 1, I think I said. I'll just add a Svelte thing here. And these we're just going to make super simple. They're not even anything. They're just a demonstration. We would just want to show how we're going to do our portfolio requirements. So this is just going to say project 1, nothing else, or project 1. So now I should be able to click on this. There's project 1, and I will just quickly do some copy and paste to make project 2. And in there, we'll just change the project 2. And again, copy, paste for project 3. And the header again. Okay, so pretend those projects were actually something interesting, something cool. But the idea here is that we have our portfolio page now, and we can link into these projects, but this isn't what we want, right? We want this to open up in a new window, and we want it to have none of these styles. Like, we can keep all the code here, but we don't want to have any of these, this header nav and all the styles that we've kind of got from our blog. So if we open up the portfolio page here, well, actually what we probably want to do is we could try this, right? We could say, okay, well, first we need to make the links open in their own window. So we'll just get, ref here. I'll do all of them at once, and we'll just add target equals, what is it, underscore blank. That'll just make it open up in a new window when you click on it, like that. And now we need to make the styles go away. So my first instinct is I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to add that like root level layout act. This is like escaping all the layouts up until the root level. And now if we check that out, we'll be disappointed because it doesn't work. And why is that? And that is because when you're skipping all the layouts like this, you're skipping the individual layouts. So we're skipping, if there were a portfolio layout or in project, but we do still get the root layout. Like, this is the root layout, and it's adding the nav, and it's adding, some of the styles here, all the styles here, in fact. So how can we fulfill our project page conditions? Well, one thing we could do is use groups. So there's probably a bunch of different ways, but this is the way I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm just going to call this the blog. So this is our blog group. So it's going to not really affect the URLs. That's just how grouping works. And I'm going to put basically everything into the blog. So the about page, the slug, the layout, and the page in the loader, everything except the portfolio, really. So I'm going to put that in this blog group. Oh, you can sort of see portfolio kind of went nuts there, and oh, we've got a little error. But The error is the styles, right? And we've dealt with that before, so we know we just need to go into here, this layout. We can close these. And we just need to add, that extra thing. And there we go. So our blog is back, and our about page is working. Our our individual blog pages are working, and our portfolio now. If I hit refresh here, you'll see it's unstyled. And if I kind of go there from here, it's styled again. But if you hit refresh, it's not. And so why is that? That kind of comes down to where this layout styles is loaded. So because portfolio is outside of the group, it doesn't share this layout. Now if the CSS is already loaded, it just stays in the browser, because again this has to do with that hydration. When SvelteKit hydrates, it loads the CSS and it's still there when you look at the portfolio, all the divs and stuff match. But if you are loading directly into portfolio, then it's not there. So now if we open up their project pages, this is exactly what we want. With no styles, we want to just be able to show our demo off in the new window here. But we've got to fix this project page. So one way to fix this project page would be something as simple as just copying and pasting the layout from the blog. So you might be like, ugh, at this, and maybe you're right, but this is a really simple fix. We could just, we just copy and paste. We hold that in two places. Our projects here still do what they're supposed to do, and everything seems to be happy. If I hit refresh here, it still loads. Everything the same for these. Now, if that kind of makes your stomach turn, okay, sure. Let's do a slightly better thing. Let's make, in our libs, let's make a layouts folder or directory. And in here we will make a page layout.svelte. And what I will do in page layout.svelte is I will actually take all the content of this layout, the one that we're kind of copying and pasting here, and I will put it as the content in here. So now we've got this sort of shareable page layout. And then what do we do? So each of these are still going to need layout files because they still need the file directories and the file-based routing system. But what we can do is in here, instead of having all this stuff that might get out of sync, isn't quite right, we can just erase this all, import page layout from $lib /layouts. So it's page layout.svelte. And then we would just use page layout here. So we've got page layout. And now the interesting thing you got to think about is like, oh, what do layouts do, right? They need a slot to sort of pass things in. And so our page layout would take a slot for its content. And so we basically just need to put our slot right here for the page content. And so now we can check out our portfolio, and oh, it still looks the same. We can copy and paste this into the blog layout as well. And now these are going to stay in sync because it's really just importing that page layout component and using that everywhere. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have now met all the requirements for our portfolio. So we can load here, nothing in the blog has changed, everything's still working as expected. Our portfolio, I can hit refresh, and it will open when I click on these links into new windows with no styles. So hopefully you came to something similar with your exercise. Let's move to the next module. So this next module is called Server-Side Svelte. So SvelteKit allows you to restrict and isolate code to only ever be run on the server, not the client. So why would you want to do that? Well, sometimes you need things to only run on the server. Maybe you want to have secrets or auth or something. Maybe you want to send emails or read from a file system. The point is, having access to a server is a good thing, and it lets you do a lot of things easily that you can't do on an SPA or can't do easily in the browser. And by server, what do I really mean? Because SvelteKit lets you decouple your app and your deployment. So a server might be a Node.js server for sure, but it could also be Cloudflare workers or a Dino server or serverless functions or something else. So this next section is really just about pretty much doing things on the server, but not on the client. So one thing you can do is by changing your pluspage.ts to pluspage.server.ts, it now restricts it to running on the client. And SvelteKit will actually throw a little error saying, hey, if you try and import this into client code that will run on the client. You can also do the same with plus layout files, pluslayout.server.ts. And you can even make your own modules server only by adding that .server.js or .ts extension as well. And as another option, you can also throw it in lib/server, and then it knows, oh, hey, anything imported from here is only allowed to run on the server. So if you import it into some code that might end up in the client, it'll, again, throw you a nice little error. So let's see what that looks like. So we're back to our characters, you know, our Bob's Burger characters here. And if we go in here to the routes, let's go into the character, individual character. And I am just going to add a log here. So I'm just going to fetch this fetching character, and I'm just going to put the param IDs here. And now if I go into an individual character, you can see, oh, it's logging fetching character 2, you know, or wherever Adam here, fetching character 3. Now I can change this to page.server.ts, and that's usually pretty much all you have to do. And now I'm gonna hit refresh here, go into these, and you'll see it's not logging on the client anymore. This load function isn't running in the browser, but you can see it's running here on the server. And it's that easy. Some things will have changed. For example, let me just open this down. This event is different on the server than it is on the client. So I'm just going to take this, change this to event, the structure event here. And then we just want to do event. Well, actually, one sec. Let's go back to it being a client, or universal technically loader. It's going to run on both the client and the server. And I'm going to just do event dot, and I'm going to hit the little autocomplete thing here. Oops. That's not the autocomplete thing. That's not the autocomplete thing. There we go. Nope. There. So on this event, we have, you know, well, these are not right at all. So TypeScript is not running right now. If I hover over this, you can see it's not running. But if sometimes what you need to do is you need to restart the language server and then restart TypeScript. It gets a little confused. And now let's see, there we go. So now you can see this is a load event. And on our load event, we've got data, depends, fetch, params, URL, stuff you're familiar with here. Maybe you're not, but we'll get into more of that later. But now if I change this to the server, we're going to have different ones. .server.ts. Oops. Now we might have to do this again. Depending on if TypeScript picks up on this. So if we hover over here, okay, so this worked okay. So this is now a server load event, which is different than just a regular load event. We can close this little guy. And now, if I do the same thing, event dot, and I hit the little autocompleter, ooh, we've got new things. We've got cookies, we've got get client address, we've got locals, platform. So just to go through these quickly, cookies is sort of an API that allows you to set and read cookies. Fetch is the fetch that we're used to, but it's on the server. Get client address and platform are sort of, they are adapter specific. They're going to give you results that'll be available on your platform, whatever you're deploying to. Locals is kind of a catch-all. You can sort of use this to put things on that can be sort of persisted across load functions and requests. But yeah, the point here is, and we have the request object actually. So this is the request object. There's nothing SvelteKitty about it. That's kind of a funny way to say that. It's just a standard request object that you could even like look up on MDM here. Oh, that's the response object, but same idea. So yeah, that's changing it to the server. And I'll just get rid of that console log so it doesn't bother us. But you can also do this. You can see that everything continues to work. Whatever you return from a server load needs to be serializable. But it's serializable using a library called, what is it called again? Serializable using a library called dvalue. And that allows you to automatically serialize things like dates and maps and sets. So serializable, but so don't use your own classes and everything, but there's a little bit of leeway in there. We can also do this to the layout, which we can just do this right here. So if I rename this layout.server.ts, we can sort of see here TypeScript's mad again, but I think if we just kill that without saving, and then maybe we need to do the old reset. Restart TypeScript, restart language server. Sometimes it gets a little confused. In this case, one thing that might help is killing the dev server and just starting it up again too. That will sometimes help. And then that often in combination with what I just did, which is kind of restarting the TypeScript server. I think that's probably it. No. Restart the language server. Close that file. Oh, did I have the old file open? Still unhappy about this. Okay, what is the problem? So it's not, TypeScript is not picking up on the SvelteKit types for some reason. I think if I just do Command P or Command Shift P, restart language server first, then immediately do a quick restart of the TypeScript server. That worked, it looked like. Okay, so now we can see here, this is now a layout server load event, yeah, so we'll have access to those request and cookies and whatever in this as well. And you can see here, everything continues to work. So whether it's universal or whether it's server, it still kind of manages to do okay. So let's talk about environment variables. Because most APIs are going to require you to have like an access token or a secret key to use their APIs, and you need to keep that secret not in your source code usually, so you're going to have to add it by some sort of configuration. So environment variables are basically defined by the platform you're running on. It'd be like process.env and node. But because SvelteKit sort of abstracts the idea of where you're going to deploy to, you don't actually know what environment you're going to deploy to. So it abstracts over the environment variable so that you have a consistent way you can call for it regardless of where you're going to deploy. And they're broken into public and private and static and dynamic. So the idea of private is they can't be imported into client code. SvelteKit will give you a little error if you try to do that. And public is they always have to be prefixed with a big capital public underscore. That's actually configurable. You could change that if you wanted a different prefix, but it needs to be prefixed this way so that you're very explicit about which ones you want to allow out in visible code like client code, and which ones need to actually stay secret. So the private ones obviously are the secret ones. And then there's static versus dynamic. Static environment variables, which are actually coming from Vite. They're only available at build time. And what it's basically doing is replacing in the code where you're accessing that variable with like a string or the value. So you can use that to do like dead code elimination. Like if you were to have, oh, this code should only run in dev, then you could like set that up where it's looking at the dev environment, and then, oh, this will be replaced with just false, and you can dead code eliminate it because that code can never get run. So you provide these and then dynamic variables, are available at runtime. They're usually provided by the platform you're running on. This would be like process.env. And these are provided to your dev environment by the .env file. You can put a .env or a .env.local in the root of your project, and then SvelteKit knows to grab from there. It's technically Vite, I think, again, but it knows to grab from there and put those into your code, and SvelteKit has this $env library that you can use to access those. And this is how that would kind of look. So the $env/static/private, these are for your private variables, and this is going to do that code replacement. You would import something like directly. So import API_key from $env static private. Then there's the equivalent env static public, which again has to have that public underscore prefix, but you directly from there you would be static public. And then you get into the dynamic ones. These are more like kind of like the process env. So you actually import env because there's the possibilities these were never set, right? So and you can't really know that these are going to be there. So you import env and then you use it off of .env. So it'd be env dot whatever your environment variable name is. Private ones, obviously you'll get a little error again if you try and use these in client code. And then the public ones, again, need to be prefixed with public underscore because you got to be explicit about it. But these ones are actually kind of interesting because they're sort of provided to the client from the server. So configs and stuff is a good idea for that. So let's look at that. So if we go back to our Bob's Burgers API, we can put at the root here a .env file. Ooh, and I already have one. It's just hidden, I guess. It's hidden because it's not showing in the VS Code here. But if I do code.env, we can open that up, and here we go. All right, so I've already prepared myself here. So this could be used for, generally you want to use this for secrets and keys, like I said. Config would be more public stuff probably. So in this case, I'm just going to pretend this is a secret API. Like it's not really, but just pretend this was a key or something. So I want to import Bob's Burgers APIs and use it in my code. So if I go into the loaders here, let's go to the layout loader. I would just import, so if this is a secret, it's going to be private. Import Bob's Burgers API. Is that what I called it? Yep. And so this would be from, and now you do the $env / and then this would be whether it's dynamic or static. So in this case, we'll do static because we're going to replace the code itself, but it's still going to run on the server. So we're going to go private. And now I can do something like we can configure which API this uses. So the API is going to come from this environment variable. And then in our code here, we're just going to replace where this is. And now, we don't have to use the svelte.fun. In fact, we don't need the svelte.fun library. We could just use the API here, and as long as it has a / characters that returns the right thing, everything will continue to work, and you can move that around. Configuration, and you can see here this is still working. We still get all the files here. So that's kind of just how you would use it, and then the various different ways you import it, as I explained in the slides. So cookies and headers. So a server load, like a load function exported from a .server file, page.server or layout.server, or actions, which we can get into later, get this cookies helper passed as a property of the event, and on this cookies, they have sort of a way to handle setting and reading cookies from the browser. And so you can use cookies.get, cookies.set, cookies.delete, cookies.serialize, and these are all from a library just called cookie. And so it's an npm package. You can look it up. You can read the docs there. One thing to be aware of, though, is you're almost always going to want to use the path option in cookies. So there's options you pass as sort of the second values. You're almost always going to want to set that to the root. I mean, you know what you're doing with cookies, so maybe you want to set it elsewhere. But it's a good idea to set that. Also, just by default, SvelteKit has HTTP only and secure, default by true when you're building, so for production. But in dev, it's off. So just so you can read things in dev. Another thing you get on that event in the load functions on the server is headers. And so with headers, you get a set headers function, which is passed as a property on the event. It's passed to load. And this is useful if you wanted to do like page caching, some sort of caching header, maybe for authentication if you want to send a bearer header off when you're when you're returning something. SvelteKit has a different way to set content security policy. That's done in its config, but you could override it with set headers if you needed to on various points. You can also do cores. That's a pretty common use for set headers, so that you can set up like an API to respond to cores. And set headers you can actually use on both the server and the universal loaders, but when called on the client, it just does nothing. It just is like a no-op. So just a tool in your toolbox to know that it's there. Cookies and headers. Oh, right. All those things I just said. So the server fetch, the fetch function that's provided as a property on that load event, and in actions as well, is a special fetch, as we mentioned before. So the fetch provided to server load sends cookie and authorization headers along. So if you make a fetch, it'll from your load, like we are in the example, it'll actually send along the cookie and authentication headers from there. So this makes it really easy to proxy something. So if you want to have, they request your domain API, but you proxy that to somewhere else, you've got your other business APIs that are not necessarily just for your front end. That's a really great way for doing that. Just a little convenient method. You could do it without that code, but like you could with your own fetch. It also makes fetch available on the server, which sometimes it's not. You don't have to pull in anything. It's already pulled in for you. And so it's usually a good idea to use the fetch. But another thing it does is it can make relative requests. So normally with fetch, you have to have a fully qualified URL. But you can do like // which I think I even have written down here if I actually clicked on my slides. So you can do relative requests like // kind of thing to go up one level. And another thing that maybe we'll have to get into after this is if you use the fetch provided by that and you call an API endpoint that you've created in SvelteKit, it'll avoid that whole, let's make an HTTP request and get it back, and just call the API endpoint code directly. And so it's like a performance benefit if you've created API endpoints in SvelteKit and then you're calling them from your load functions, it just like does the most efficient thing and just calls that function directly. So that's a very cool addition. So API endpoints, what do we mean by that? Well, so you remember those special route files? Well, now we know enough to talk about the last one, which is plus server.ts. So as well as pages, you can define API endpoint routes with the plus server.ts file. So in that file, you can export named functions that correspond to the HTTP verbs. So get, post, patch, put, and delete. These request handlers receive a request event, just like the load function, or load functions that you were defining before, and should return a response object, though, not just an object like the other ones. A response object. What do I mean by a response object? Well, this is like a standard. You can look this up on MDM. This is a response object. It's available globally, and it's kind of like an industry standard as well as a actual standard. And so that follows SvelteKit's philosophy of like, oh yeah, we stick to the platform, use the web stuff, but we just enhance it, make it a little better, make it a little easier, and smooth over the edges. So response objects, you can pass a string, you can pass, there's a JSON helper that SvelteKit provides, so if you're doing JSON responses for your APIs, just making that a little easier. And you can also even respond with readable streams if you have like large amounts of data or you want to do server sent events or something. That being said, you should know some platforms like AWS Lambda buffer the responses, so you wouldn't be able to, if you're deploying to Lambda, you wouldn't be able to stream your responses. That's just a limitation of the platform. That's not really to do with SvelteKit, but just so you're aware. And there's probably others that have limitations. Know your limitations. So the same route can be either a page or an API endpoint, because you could put a plus server.ts file in with a plus page.svelte and whatever. So to determine which one, like the API or the page that SvelteKit returns, there are some rules. And basically those rules are, if it's a put, patch, or delete request, it's always handled by the API endpoint, the server.ts. Because the browser doesn't actually do those ones normally, you have to write JavaScript to actually make those requests, or use some other tool. But if it's a get or a post, then what it looks at is the accept header. So if the accept header has text/HTML, that type, in priority position, so either at the front or the only one, then it will serve the page. Otherwise, it'll go to the API endpoint response. Does that make sense? Hopefully. So let's see what making an API endpoint is like. So we're back to our Bob's Burgers characters here. And what we're going to do is replace the fetch to svelte.fun with this fetch to our app, localhost in this case, but wherever we're deployed to the same domain kind of thing. So now you can put these server files anywhere in the routes, right? Like you can put it in characters, you could put it in whatever. It's got to be under routes, obviously, but just to be familiar, let's put it in an API directory. So it's /API/whatever. Just because it's familiar, it's how some other frameworks do it. But you wouldn't have to. You can put these anywhere you want. Let's do character, and then in character we will make plus server.ts. So in this server.ts file, we're going to export a function called get. So matching up with the HTTP, we're going to make a get request. It can be an async function. It does not have this request response though. Actually, this is the event, just like in the load function. And then we return a response. So the response object is constructor, it's a class, so return, and you can provide this argument as a string. You can do JSON. Let's do hello world and just make sure this is working. So if we, go to localhost 5173/API/ what did I do, characters? We got nothing, so I did it wrong. Whoops. Character, I named it character, but it actually should be characters. So let's actually rename the file, because I actually want this to match the way we have it already in the load. Characters, and now, yes, now we get hello world. Okay, but we don't want to hit hello world. What we actually want to do is fetch, just, we're going to have our API proxy that request over to the svelte.fun API. So let's go into where layout is fetching that and steal some stuff from here. So we want this and whoops. We want both of these, and we want the actual fetch, which will give us a response. So can we just return this response? I actually am not sure. Let's see if we can do that. So if we just return the response, we've awaited fetch, so we get a response object back, and then we throw that response object in the, let's find out. If I hit go here, oh, it's cached. So you have to watch your cache on these things. Sometimes it's a lot more cachier than you might expect. Oh, maybe this isn't cached. Maybe this is doing some sort of loop. Because it's kind of stuck. Decoding fail. Okay, so you can't send the response object directly, I guess. One thing you could do is new response, and it would be response.body, because that is actually a readable stream. Will this work now? Yes. So there it is. There's our response proxied through our own API. So on that note, we're not really using the event here, but just to show you this event, it's just like the one from load. It's got fetch, it's got locals, it's got all the things you need: platform, URL, cookies, if you need cookies. But we don't need it for anything right now. So now we can clean this up, right? We don't need this response. We don't need this response. And from here, we're just going to fetch like from /API/characters. And now if you recall what I was saying during the slides is, so because we're using the fetch provided by the load function, this isn't actually going to make that HTTP request. This is going to find the code from server.ts, call that directly, this get function, and get the response out. So yeah, efficiency for the win. And this should all just work. If I get rid of that equal sign at least, this should all just work. And there we go. So this is our characters now. I'm just going to hit refresh to make sure it's not just cached. And yeah, that is working. Now let's do the same for the ID function. So, or the individual details. So like, Dottie Minerva's page here. So just like every other routing, it follows all the same routing rules. There's no difference here. It's just the plus server thing. So we just do the same thing. We basically make a dynamic parameter route here, ID, and inside here we put a plus server.ts. And in our ID one, we basically do the same thing. Copy all that code, except that on this case we add slash, and we want to do the params here. So we are going to need the event. We're going to need the params off this event, and we do params.id. And TypeScript is there to help us already, just so you can see the whole page there. And so now with that, we have our API endpoints there working. So now we can, on this one, we can now get rid of this load complexity. So again, we just make the fetch directly to our API/API, so our root API characters, and then the param ID, because that's the same thing essentially. We're pulling the param and just passing it down. Yeah, I don't think I need to change a thing here other than that. That looks great. Yep. So let's see if that works. Huzzah! And just to make sure that we're making a request from the right place, let's look at the network tab. And if I guess we won't be able to see that request because it's on the server, so never mind. That is how you create these API endpoints, characters, and we could do, here characters /2, and we can see we get the Mabel's full response. Proxying for the win. So let's talk about hooks. So if you're familiar with React hooks, this is absolutely nothing like those. So hooks are an app-wide function that can be used to modify the behavior of the app. Like you can hook into certain parts and do different things. And there's two types of hooks in SvelteKit. There are server hooks, which you can define at source/hooks.server.ts, that file, you put all your hooks in there, and client hooks, which you define at source/hooks.client.ts. So just those two files, put all your hooks in there. So what do we have for server hooks? Well, the first hook we can talk about is the handle. So the handle function, if you export this from your server hooks file, will every time you hook your SvelteKit server receives a request, whether that's an API request or a load function during pre-rendering, you can hook into that and change the response or something. You return the result of, you're going to get the event, the event that has params and URL and everything on it. You're going to get the event and a resolve function. And you're going to return the result of calling resolve on the event. So you can do something in between there. You can change the event. You can do something async, but you're going to return the result of resolve. And the default, if you just were to not even define this, is it just calls resolve and returns the result immediately. If you request static assets, like something in the static folder, these don't go through this. They don't get hit by the hooks. They don't trigger these hooks because they're just like, oh, that file exists, I'll send that down. So this is just for, like I said, when the API gets it, or the load function essentially on the server, because these are server hooks. This would be a great place to maybe deal with
auth, or maybe you want to set up some sort of caching or proxying, these depending on what you want to do. Now, you do have to define one handle and like export one, but if you wanted to do multiple handle functions, SvelteKit offers this sequence function, which allows you to basically define multiple handles, and then it just pipes. It's like a pipe function, pipes the events through. When you call resolve and you pass it the event, there's actually a second argument it takes too. It's the options argument. Now, I'm going to tell you about these, but I'm not really going to do anything with them. I'm just showing you so you know they exist. So here are the options. I'm not going to get deep into this, but there's one function is you can pass as transform page chunks. So this is basically going to be a stream of chunks of HTML from the page response, and you can do something with it. You can, string replace on it, like in this example, or do something else. If done is false, there's more chunks to come. When done is true, it's the end of the iteration, essentially. And so that's the last chunk. You can clean up whatever you're doing or close off your tag or whatever. I don't know what you're doing. But it's essentially like a stream transform chunks. Then there is filter serialized response headers. So this determines which headers would be included in the serialized responses when a load function loads a resource with fetch. So by default, none of these are included. So this would be opting into having those headers in the response. And then there's preload, which basically just determines what files get added to the head tag to preload it. And you can sort of set, maybe you want to mess with the preloading. This would be where you can do that. So another hook you get is handle fetch. So this allows you to modify or replace any fetch requests that happen inside a load function or an action, which we haven't talked about yet. Any of those that run on the server, at least. So in this, you get in this function you're defining handle fetch that you're exporting. You get a fetch, and the request. So you could do something async. You just need to return a response. Essentially, you can modify the request. You could conditionally proxy. I'm not sure what you're going to do with these hooks, but these hooks exist for you to do something with. So another hook you get on the server is handle error. So this is called whenever an unexpected error is thrown during loading or rendering, and you could use this to return a custom went too far. You can return this to return a custom error, maybe one that removes all the sensitive details or the stack trace. Actually, you don't want to show that to the user. Whatever you return from this function ends up as the result, like the value of page.error in the page store. So, and that, of course, you use in the custom error pages. So this is how you kind of modify that. You might even use this just for logging errors, because you are going to get all unexpected errors. So maybe you want to, this is the last spot. Hey, something happened. We throw that off to the logger, our error thing that we have. So the client hooks, sort of spoil the surprise earlier, but there's only one, and it's handle error, and it's pretty much exactly like the handle error from the server, except it's on the client. So, and it's called whenever an unexpected error happens during loading or rendering on the client. Again, you could use this to clean up the error before showing it to the user, or remove any sensitive details, and you could use it for logging or something as well. So let's just take a quick look at hooks. So we're back to our characters thing again. We're going to add a hooks file here. So it's just source hooks.server.ts. And in this hooks file, we'll export a handle. So this is the one that anytime a request comes in to the server, you can do something with it. So whoops, gotta actually define it right. And this can be async as well. So you can do something async. And we are going to get in here, we get the event that has params and whatever on it. We get, what do we get? We get the resolve. Do we get anything else? I think we just get the event and the resolve. So what you'd want to do, if you weren't doing anything, you just do resolve event. But obviously we want to do something. So maybe we would do something like this. We would say, okay, let's
let's get the cookies. Yeah, let's get the cookies. Well, let's get the session. We'll say off the cookie. So we'll say session equals, and then we would do event.cookies, cookie, and then we want to say get, and I think we just pass a string to event.cookie, or it's cookies. Yeah, it is cookies. And then, so whatever we pulled off that, maybe we would say, we'd have a function that's something like await get user info, and we'll just pass it the session. So let's just define this. This might be something more interesting than what I'm going to write here, but let's just make it an async thing that returns. We're going to keep this really simple. It's going to return an object that has a name that is equal to the value in session, which is not, this isn't real, but I'm just saying these could be going to a database or something and like pulling out the user info based on the session token or something. But I'm going to just do it this way so it's easy, and then we can just say, oh, this is the user. And now we could throw the user on event.locals. There we go. So event.locals user equals user. We got no TypeScript happening here. Let's just restart TypeScript server. Hopefully something will come up here. All right, well, right. Doesn't like that. It's like, okay, that's got to be a string. That makes sense. It's like, hey, is this a string? It might be empty, right? Yeah, it's a string or undefined. So I guess we could say string, it's not, and the name could be undefined too. Or we could just not do this at all. Actually, this is probably better. We always want to have the, we'll only do this if there is a session. Yeah. Then we'll get the user out and throw it on the event. Yeah, that's better. So now let's do something with this. So now event.locals has a user on it, presumably if there was a session. And so we can, let's add, just to this main page here, let's add a server load. Whoops, in the route though. New file plus page.server. Oops. .ts. And in here, we'll just do a really quick load function. And all it's going to do is we're going to pull off that locals, whoops, from the event, and we'll return, well, it'll be an object, right, with a name. So we'll return user equals locals.user. There we go. And I feel like now in the page.svelte here, we can just do, so we just have data here, export let data, and now we should have possibly a name here. And so I guess what we could do is, let's move this up here. Let's get SvelteKit trainees. And then instead of saying that, if there is a session, then we know that there's a name. So we'll say data.user, and then optionally name. But if that doesn't exist, subjects. Right. So now hit refresh. It still says trainees. Let's pull this over. So now I want to, well, not inspect, but I want to go and add a cookie. So if I'm just here and I add a cookie called session, except I spell it right, and then I'll just give it the value Adam, that's me. Now if I hit refresh, if I'm not mistaken, hello Adam, woot woot. So again, you wouldn't put Adam in here, you wouldn't put the name. This would be like a JWT token or something, and you wouldn't just do sort of the simplistic thing I would do. You'd probably want to get that from some sort of database or user service of some sort.
But this is basically the idea. You pull the session off the cookie, you get the user information from the session, and throw that on event.locals, which is basically a little catch-all for just handling that kind of thing. So yeah, hooks. So that's the end of the module, server-side Svelte. So what did we learn here? We talked about page server.ts and layout.server.ts, plus server.ts for API endpoints. We talked about how to limit certain libraries to server only. We talked about environment variables, cookies and headers, and of course, SvelteKit hooks. So now it's time for the exercise. So now for the exercise. We're all learned up on our server only. So let's change our blog to pull our data from a CMS, like a pretend CMS. This could be something like, in real life, you'd pull something from maybe Contentful or Sanity. And usually from CMSs, you need to have a secret key or multiple things, accounts and keys that you want to keep secret and sort of add to maybe the authentication header or some sort of special header or just to the request every time you make a request. So we're going to fake that, essentially. So we will need, in our blog, we're going to replace that library that we used that kind of had the data just in JSON with actually fetching from a server. We're going to use the URL svelte.fun/API/post, but that will require a special authorization header. And the authorization header has the value of Svelte is fun. Svelte_is_fun. Sorry, don't forget the underscores. So we want to keep that secret, so make sure not to include it anywhere in the code, except for you could possibly use your environment variables. And while doing that, let's make sure that we don't accidentally leak it to the client as well. So don't add it to the front end code. You can use the blog that you created for the earlier exercise, or if you need to, you can check out exercise 4 branch from the repo. And you should probably start by creating a .env file in the root of your project and add this like secret posts token svelte_is_fun. All right, good luck. Give yourself about 20 minutes. Did you pause the video? Pause the video first. Okay, so you're back. You're back to see how I'm doing it? All right, this is how I'm doing it. So yeah, let's try it out. So the first thing, like I said, let's add a .env file to our root. And in our .env file, we want to have our secret posts token, and it has a value of svelte_is_fun. So we're going to need that secret token in the future. No Copilot, I don't want whatever that is. So now we need to change from using that weird library that we provided to actually fetching the data, fetching the blog data. So just get rid of that guy. What have we got going on here? So we're in our blog because we don't really care about the portfolio. That's just the way it is still. And so here we go. We're loading our post summaries here, and then in the slug, dynamic slug segment, we are loading the details for the individual blog posts. So let's change these into server only because we don't want to serve to the client. These are universal loaders right now. Just to try and avoid that problem with the types, I'm going to create a new file plus page.server.ts, and we'll just take away the old one. And let's do that over here too, sorry. So let's start with the full list plus page.server.ts. So we can sort of copy what we were doing before. I'll just paste that in there, but let's get rid of this because we don't need this anymore. We're not going to actually fetch from there. We need our fetch from here. Let's make sure the types are right. Yeah, types are good here. So now we want to fetch from, so we'll do const response equals, const response fetch, and we're doing https svelte.fun
/posts/API/API/posts. Sorry. Perfect. Oh, internal error, but let's not worry about that for now. We have this going on. You could ignore this stuff. In fact, let's get rid of all this for a second. So after our response, we still want to do that thing where we check, did this response come back successfully? And if it didn't, so we want to say if the response is not okay, then we want to throw an error. So we need to get that error from SvelteKit. So let's import error from SvelteKit. Nice try, Copilot, but not quite there. Svelte.js/kit. And error takes 2 parameters, so the status, so we'll just do the response status. And we won't do this load because, right, now this actually isn't, this is a promise of a response. So we need to await this, and to await this, we need to make this an async function. So await. And now we've got response status, and we'll do response status text. So that's if it's not okay, and then if it is okay, we get our posts out. So now this is going to be untyped. So if we send this up to our page, it's actually going to be a problem. Now we see here 403 forbidden, and that is because, what have we forgotten? We forgot that this requires a secret. So our request to Svelte.fun is failing with a 403 forbidden. So we need to add our authorization header. So our way we do that with fetch is in the options object here. You can also pass fetch or request, but this is just easier for now. So we want authorization. It's got a capital in case that's what you need. And now we want to get our environment variable. So how do we do that again? We import it. I guess we want this after this. Import. And now this is, well, let's get the import up first here. Secret posts token. And now it's $env, but we got to think about this. So now do we want static or dynamic? Private? Well, we definitely want private. We don't want public because we want it to be kept a secret. We don't want to have it included in our code. So we definitely want it private because we want it only on the server code at least. But I think we can do static because the code won't be downloadable anywhere. This is just how the server is going to run that, you know. So we can do static, private. Oops, little emoji fun there. And so now, now if we just take this and return that, so that's going to be Svelte is fun. It's working already. Well, look at that. So now, instead of getting it from that library that we had, we're getting it from there. Now let's just make sure that this isn't just working because there's no errors, and actually delete this page.ts. Let's move that to the trash. Oh, error for a second, but now it's back. So it seems to be working. Oh, post not found. Okay, so we probably have different tokens from the server than we do from our library. So let's fix our other one, our individual. So again, we can open up the old one, sort of see what we got, make some changes. So we still want to do basically most of this. We just don't want to use this library. So let's get rid of the library. And we still want to import secret posts token. Not lib.env. $env static and private. And then from here, we want to, well, we'll probably have to do this in 2 steps. We want to get the response. And we may even want to put this into a config, but I won't do that for right now. And then we still need to do the authorization header here.
Yeah, I don't know why I put that in a string before. We don't need to put that in a string. And then let's do our song and dance of waiting for the let's just copy and paste it from the other one. Is the response okay? If not, throw a thing. Put that in there. And, we need to await the fetch, of course. And now, looks pretty good. We can get rid of this. So now our post, instead of relying on this get post by slug, oh, right, we have to actually add the slug. So the slug here will be added here like this. Turn this into a template string. And we know this API responds in the same way because I wrote it. And now, looking it over, it looks okay. Let's delete the regular page one. And see if we are all server-sided up. I'm just going to hit refresh to make sure. Click on here, and there we go. Still working. And now we're pulling in the content on demand from a CMS. And we've got our little use of our secret token. So everything's nice and secret. And because that's in our .env file, we're not even going to store that on the server. That's just going to stay locally for us. And then, of course, wherever we deploy, we would have to add it to the environment variables somehow, whether that's through a command line or through the environment. If you're on, say, Vercel, there's a place you can just add environment variables. So yeah, hopefully your solution came close to mine. And oh yeah, even just as a little last hullabaloo, we don't need this lib anymore, so we can just delete it. You're trashed. Huzzah. See you in the next module. This is probably my favorite thing about SvelteKit, forms. So the thing I like best is how SvelteKit once again tries not to do too much and relies on how web forms already work and then just enhances it, makes it easier. It uses standards like form data and request response, and it even actions accept like XWW form URL encoded data, not JSON, because that's how forms work on the web already. And that means it works without JavaScript, which is pretty incredible, but it also gives you a way to easily enhance it with JavaScript, so when JavaScript's available, it overcomes some of the weaknesses you can have if you have your forms not using JavaScript. And everyone's like, oh, what's the big deal? Nobody turns off JavaScript, right? But there's actually been a lot of study on this, and sometimes JavaScript just doesn't work. It can be incompatible versions. Browser extensions break JavaScript sometimes. Firewalls can block it. Sometimes it just fails to download. And another thing, unlike React frameworks, you probably don't even need a form library. Like, as long as it works with HTML forms, and maybe even if you have to use a hidden input or something, your fancy widget will probably just work. So that's incredible. So stateful workflows also become a lot easier when you sort of take that server first approach. But that's maybe a bit of a digression. Let's see how you can use forms in SvelteKit. So what we got here is a little movie log. It's essentially just a little app for yourself to log the movies, rate them, and maybe leave comments how you like them. So let's open our page.svelte and our page.server to see kind of what's going on in here. And you can see our page.server is very simple right now. We define a movie type. We're putting an array, just an in-memory array here, and a load function that returns that array. So this is just hard-coded. I don't really have a database. I'm not going to set one up. You could do that, of course, but this is just to demonstrate forms, not really like hooking this up to real data. So this will work, and as long, whenever the dev server restarts, this movies is going to be reset. That's fine. You can even hit refresh though, because it'll be on the server. Yeah. So then what does our page look like? It's just a table right now. just what you see. So let's add a form to log movies. So I have one already that I'm just going to copy and paste, and then we can walk through it. So it's just a regular form, no component needed, no svelte.colon form or anything. And the method is post, because we're dealing with server data. You always want to sort of post the data back. We've got a label here. We've got a input here with label wrapped around it. For name, we've got one for release date. It just says release, but release date. I can even put that here. We've got a rating from 1 to 5, just a drop down with like stars. And then comments. You can add whatever comments you want for the movie. And of course, this will do nothing because, hey, we don't have anything set up yet. So let's figure out how to do that. So SvelteKit allows every pluspage.server.ts to export an actions object. And this will be an object. And on it, you'll sort of do the methods, which are the actions that you can take. There's a default one, so you can just name your action default, and then it'll be the one export. Oops, I need cons. It'll be the action that happens when you sort of submit your form to this page. And we can show you the other actions after that. So here you're going to get the event. Just like, this event you've seen before: cookies, fetch, locals, platform. And from there, we can get the request. So this is the request when the form is submitted to the page. And that's just kind of how forms normally work. Whoops. I gotta destructure that though. And so from that, we can get form data. And that is basically requesting. Form data is right off the request. It's form data, but it's a method. So it's a method because it's lazy and it returns a promise, actually. So we're going to have to async this. So let's make this an async function, and actions can be async. And we're going to await this form data because, long story short, this is just how the web works. This isn't anything SvelteKitty, but if you access the form data, then it actually it lazily doesn't do a lot of stuff, especially with files, that it would do as soon as you request form data. You can read about that on MDN, though, because that doesn't have anything to do with SvelteKit. That's just the web. So from here, though, I'm just going to log it to show you what you get. Whoops, console log form data. So if I open up the console here, and now I'm just going to put some stuff in my form here. So Shrek 2001, of course it's 5 stars, and it was very funny. I'm going to hit log, and let's see what we get in the log of the movie, and we'll see what we get in the console log. So we get a form data instance, and then it has under state here, name, release, basically the values that we've submitted. So that's pretty cool. This form data object is kind of a special object. It's sort of a map. You actually can sort of call entries on it. But it's got sort of a special API. So what we're going to do is we are going to try and get the data out of it. Now, one way we could do that, we could say, this is our movie data. We could do object dot entry or from entries, and then form data entries. And this actually works. This will give us mostly what we want, but it's going to not be great for TypeScript. I'm just going to console log this. So if I were to sort of submit that same, Shrek 2001 5-star funny, you'll see, oh, hey, now it's a regular object with just these strings, basically. But these aren't really strings. You can sort of see they're form data entry values, which could also be files and could also be undefined. And so it's kind of like, oh, TypeScript isn't sure what you're going to get. So the easier way to just sort of deal with TypeScript here is we're going to pull the values off individually. So we're going to say, and if we look at our type here, movie is name, release number, rating number, comment, optional. So let's make movie data. Well, we'll keep the one we already have, I guess. And we're just going to make this into an object. and we're going to pull off the individuals. Now we don't have ID because this is sort of creating a new one. So we'll start with name. So name, we can do form data dot get, and then the string of the key you want to pull off that get name. Now this is still a form data entry value or null. So we're going to be like, well, we know that it's a string, so we're just going to cast it as a string. Except that if it's null, we kind of want it to be a empty string, I think. That's probably right. So we'll sort of do the nullish coalescing, and then we'll just say as string. So I think that will work for what we want. So now movie data, still thinks it's a form, right? Because this as string needs to go, we need to actually say wrap this value. And now we can look over movie data and we know that it's going to be a string. All right. So then let's do that for release, but now release of course is a number, not a string. So we're gonna have to do something similar. So we're gonna get the form data out. We're gonna call, well, if it is not null, then we're gonna do number on it. We'll just convert it to a number in the simplest way possible. And this will be release. And yeah, we will do the same for rating. And now comment is actually kind of an interesting one because it's optional. We don't need to have a comment on here. So we could do it as a string like Copilot wants to do, but I think we should go get it and only to string it if it actually is a value. So we'll say if it's not null, and it's not an empty string, I guess, then we'll do the same thing, form data, not name though. These are all, I forgot. Let's change this, release and rating and rating. Changed them in one place, not in the other. And comment. And so if it's there, we'll do that again as the result. As string, otherwise we will do just undefined, I guess. Sure. Okay. So now we might have to come back to that one later. So now with our movie data, we want to validate it. We basically want to show like, oh, hey, we need a name, we need the release date, and we want to show little errors if they don't. So in our HTML, we've got a little place to sort of say errors. We just have to have it come in as a value. So, well, I'll show you that in a bit. So first off, let's make a validate movie. So, and we'll take the movie data from that. Const validate movie. And this will take, well, we know that it's kind of a movie. It's not fully a movie. So we could do something like a partial movie. Yeah, so we'll say movie data, because it's not really a movie. And we'll just say this is a type of partial movie. And now what are we going to return here? Rather than just like true or false, like is this true? A good thing we could do is, you know, this is where you would want to use a library like Zod that like parses it and like gives you, you know that your types is, or else it throws an error. This would be a good place for that. Let's make like a little, not our little own homegrown version of Zod, because it's going to be very specific to just this movie. We don't need to create a schema or anything. And so we'll return an object that is either like success true or false. Let's do first. And false will have an error, which will just be a string, or it'll be an object that success is true, and the movie will be a movie, but it won't actually be a movie, will it? Right, because it won't have an ID yet. So we'll use TypeScript again, and we'll just say it'll be everything that a movie should have, except not the ID. We use omit to do that. Just need to fix that. And close off the object. I think I have an extra. Whoops. It's all going. Okay, close my object. That is my return. I've got an extra one of these. And an extra one of these. All right. Partial. Whoops. Okay, so now we just need to implement this. That's what the error is saying right now. So first thing, we just want to make sure that these movies are valid movies. So we'll say, we're getting in the right kind of movie data. We'll say if there's no movie name, we'll just say, hey, name is required. That's probably a good way. And then we'll do something. Well, okay, yeah, we want success false. Name is name of the movie is required, sure. And oh, this just really did everything for us. Well, all right, Copilot, go Copilot, go. Well, that looks pretty good. And then, of course, if everything is successful, we return successful true, and we throw these on like that. Great. Okay, well, let's validate that movie. And yay to Copilot. So we'll just do, const validation equals validate movie. So it takes in the movie data. And now this should be either success or false. So, I see I've got something wrong in the old template there. Get out of there. And so basically, if we want to say something like, if the validation is not successful, then we don't actually want to return this. This is not what we want to do. We want to, we have to get a fail function. So SvelteKit has a fail helper specifically for this kind of validation. So this isn't an error. It's like, oh, hey, your validation failed. And so we're going to import fail from at svelte.js./kit. Sorry, not dot. And so we can sort of look at fail. Fail takes a number of the status number, and then the data, which I'll show you what we do with the data. So if the validation is not successful, we're going to return fail, and then we need a status code. So the failure code is usually 400 for forms. It's like bad request. And then we want to have some data. So we will put the validation error right there, because we know that if this has success false, then we know it has an error property. And then we're just going to need a little bit more. We're going to have to spread the movie data. We might even need to, well, I might have to think about that one. Okay, and if it is successful, well, let's just return, this sort of will end up being the response of the form data, essentially. So I don't think we need to do anything interesting here. We'll just say, yeah, that was successfully created. But I don't think we'll need to send the movie data. So now how do we use this data? Okay, so the validation has failed. I'll even take this away for now so we can sort of see how this is going to go. So in our SvelteKit template, in our page template here, we've got the data. This is where our movies are coming from. And now there is another prop we can actually get, and that is form. Now, form is kind of a ethereal almost. It only exists when it exists, and if you like change pages, it'll change too. But you can also find this on the page store, just like you can data. So it's there, it exists, and it might change based on, if it had an error in it, for example, and you move pages, you wouldn't want the error to be there when you came back. So it goes away when things change. But on this form object, this is our action data, we can basically pull off the error. So let's put that right here. I believe we called it form dot, no, was it error? I guess we did call it error. And just in case form doesn't exist, we've got the little whatever helper here. And now let's just see how that works. Form error is undefined. Okay. And that's because we are always, no, it's just because I gotta hit refresh, that's all. Right. So we basically, we only want to show this error if there actually is an error. So we would do something like form error, or an empty string. There we go. So now, if I hit log the movie and I haven't entered anything, it should say name of the movie is required. Great, I'll say Fight Club. And then I hit, release date is required. But look, name went away. And that's not right, right? We want the data to stay there. And that's kind of what I was doing with the spread that I took away there. By adding the movie data here, now that data should be available in the form object. So, okay, now that we've got that, we can sort of populate the data here with this form data. So this would be form.name, and again, we'd have to sort of say, is this valid? And also release dot, let's do the value is form.release. And for our rating here, we can actually, because SvelteKit lets us use the value here on the select, we can just do value here. I guess that's actually just a web thing too, now that I think about that. And this is the rating. And our text area here, we can use the value on the text area as well, just like the others. Dot comment. And now you can see, but they show up with undefineds by default. That's not right. And that's because undefined doesn't, when you convert undefined to a string, it goes to the word undefined. So we just need to do the old nullish coalescing to an empty string. And we'll just do that at all these spots. So nullish coalescing to an empty string, I did that already. And that's the error, sorry. I need to do it on the rating and on the release. And did I do that here? I did that in there already. Great. Still have undefined up top. Maybe I just need to hit refresh. Nope. Oh yeah. Seems I missed it. Okay. So now log the movie. Name of the movie is required. Okay, Shrek. Now I log the movie. Hey, Shrek stays around. So now I can say, what the release date of Shrek 2001. Hit log the movie. Our rating is required. 5 stars now. Comment isn't required, so this should actually just success. And because I returned success, the form date is gone. There's I only put success in there. All the data resets back to its original form. Probably what we want. So now we just need to actually handle success. So right before returning this success, we will just say movies push. And now here's the interesting thing. We can't just push on this movie data, can we? Because it doesn't have an ID. Property ID is missing in type. So this is an easy enough fix. We know that this was validated. This is our creation method. So I think we can just do something like, we'll spread the movie data first, and then we'll add an ID. ID can be, if we use the global crypto, we can just add a random UUID to it. And now this should work. And I'll do this just to show you. Fight Club, 1999, 4 stars. Awesome. Log it. And there it is. Now how did that appear? Right? Hey, we didn't program anything for that. We didn't write any JavaScript to like move that into there. So what's happening is after the form requests, that basically invalidates the load functions. And so our load function here is recalled because, oh, hey, it's invalidated. We need to reload that. And then because now after the successful push, now the data's in there. So we didn't have to handle any of that on the client side. That's all server side, and it all continues to work. So now that we can add movies, it sure would be nice if we could delete them. So let's add Shrek 2001, 5 stars, funny. I'm just going to keep saying the same comments. So how are we going to delete these? Well, that'll give us a reason to talk about some of the other features. So let's get into here. We're just going to add a column here. TH. We're going to give it a class of action. Yes, except I'm going to have it be empty, and it'll be action. And then I'm going to add another one of these. And in this, we'll call this, we'll give this a class of action. And in here, we will add a button. And we will just say delete with our button. And I'm going to give this the name. So with forms, it'll be like, oh, hey, how do we get the data out of a button? Well, you can just give it a name and a value, and then that'll actually be the same. So it'll work just like checkboxes and inputs. So in this, I'm going to say this is the movie to delete. And if we just hit save, we can see, okay, we got our delete button, and I've styled that already. And then we need a value as well here. So the value is going to be, let's just go with a movie ID. And now this won't do anything, of course, because it's not hooked up to do anything. But what we need to do is turn this button into a separate form, because the form is over there. Yeah, okay, so then we'll just do a separate form here. So form, the method will be post, of course. And the action now, we're going to name our action delete movie. So action. And so this is sort of a SvelteKit thing now. So your actions basically say, like, where am I going to post this form to? And you can put URLs or whatever. But our SvelteKit addition here now, to make these kind of little things easier, is you get to put a question mark, and then like the root slash kind of thing, and then the name of your action. So in this case, it's delete movie. And now this form, and I need to change this to type submit. And now this form, this little form, and there's basically a little form here, little form here, little form here, will actually try and delete. Now I think if I hit, it's going to error if I hit right now. Boom, through an error. So what's this error say? No action called delete movie. That makes sense. We didn't implement it yet. So where we've got our default action, in our actions, let's make a delete movie. So delete movie. And you may have already guessed this, but in our delete movie, we will pull off the param, or not params. Yes, we will pull off the request. Sorry, not the params. Params are, you know, if you were doing gets and stuff, but request. And then from the request, we want to get the form data again. So we'll say, you know, const, how would we do it? Const movie ID equals request form data. And now form data again is an asynchronous thing, so we're going to have to await that. So we're going to have to make delete movie. Oh, doesn't like that. Delete movie an async function or method in this case. We're going to await our form data, and then we just need one property of it. So I'm just going to wrap this in here and then say get, and we want movie to delete, because that's what we named that button essentially. So the movie to delete, and the value is going to be the movie ID. So if I log this now, console log movie ID, we will see if this is working. Oh, internal error. Okay. And let's read the error. When using named actions, the default action cannot be used. Right. And there's reasons for that, and you can read the docs that they kind of address in that. And so the way to fix that for us in this case is we are just going to rename our default action log movie. And so if our default action named log movie, we just need to change that in the actual form too. So now the form posts needs an action. It's no longer the default action, and that will be !/log movie. So these are named actions. Great. So now if I hit this, we should see, and there it is. These are the IDs of the movies logging. And now it's as simple as kind of dealing with it the way we were before. We can just say, you know, well, actually, did I make it a const? I may have. Let's make movies a let so we can reassign it. And then we'll do movies is equal to whatever movies currently is. Whoops, I missed my equal sign. Filtered, and we're just going to say, you know, movie, and wherever the movie ID is not equal to the movie ID, keep it, and where it is, it'll remove it. And I think that should work. So let's see how that goes. So we are on here. We had Shrek. Funny. And I'll even add Fight Club. Ooh, 1999. Awesome. And now I delete Shrek. And it worked. So now we've got this working fully. And we can even, you know, show this off. Let's inspect this. And I'm going to turn JavaScript off. So disabling JavaScript, hitting refresh, and you'll see that this is still working. Let's add Shrek 2001, 5 stars. I won't even add a comment this time. Boom. And comments undefined. Whoops, gotta fix that. And I delete, and it deletes. And there we go. And we still have our, you know, our validation working. Fight Club here. It'll say, oh, the release is required. Rating. Log the movie. Delete Fight Club. Delete Fight Club. And delete Shawshank Redemption. So, let me turn JavaScript back on before I forget and it causes trouble later. Ooh, maybe it wasn't disabled before. Let's disable it now and show that it was still working. Shrek. Oh, I've already got Shrek. Let me just save here and make it that all the movies go away. Okay, there we go. Now I'll add Shrek. 2001, 5-star rating. Funny. Yay, and then I'll delete it. Still working with JavaScript disabled. I think. Maybe I can't close that. So that can be a little bit of an issue. Sometimes you want to redirect after a form submission. Maybe after you've created something, you want to go back to the details page. And so to do that in SvelteKit, in a SvelteKit action is kind of the same as the load function, where you can redirect as well. You basically import a redirect from SvelteKit. So where we got fail here, we'll get redirect. And you can sort of see this redirect function takes a status and then a new location to go to. And so in this particular case, well, actually, I feel like with JavaScript turned on, this shouldn't do that. But it did. So I guess we can redirect back to our root here. So we'll say, instead of returning this, we'll return a redirect back to the root, and our status will just be created. What's created? 301? Is that right? Let's see. Oh, internal error. Cannot return redirect. You have to throw redirect. Okay. There we go. Deleting. And then our deletion action, we can do the same thing. That one, I guess, just 200. Oh, right, after form validation. So after form validation, a redirect is usually a 303 is usually the way you want to do it. That's kind of the status code for doing things like that. Okay, looks like we got it working. So now another thing you can do. So we've got this working, and it's great, and don't get me wrong, I love it. But something that they added to SvelteKit that just makes everything a little bit better is to overcome some of the problems that you have with like these forms when they don't do any sort of JavaScript-based handling. Like the way it loads, the way it takes a little while, the way it always has to refresh the whole page and you lose any state. They make that super easy to overcome. And it's super easy because all you need to do is import a action. So the action is called import enhance from, just make sure it's SvelteKit. Yeah, SvelteKit. app.forms, my mistake. So it's actually from the special $app/forms. And then with enhance, now it's this enhance function, because it's sort of generated here, is aware of like, oh, it knows what to expect, where to post, and where to throw a thing. I can just add this now to this form. And so this is a SvelteKit action, not to be confused with the other kinds of actions. So there's Svelte actions, sorry, and then there's form actions, and those are different things. It's action packed, they say in the documentation. But these are Svelte actions, and so enhance, and that's all you need to do. And now your form will be enhanced with JavaScript and won't run into a lot of the little troubles you were having before, like losing state. And now it sort of acts like an SPA. Oh, but I didn't enhance the other form, so we got to go and do the delete form as well. You can sort of see that flicker and jump when I did that. And so you can sort of see here, use enhance. That one's enhanced as well now. And now we can add Shrek. Funny. Add Fight Club. Oh, right. So I guess actually the default thing of enhance is to not clear it unless you return success. So now our little redirects are the wrong thing to do. Whoops. So I think if we take those out, everything should be fine. So let's just make sure that that's right. There we go, Trek, and then I'm going to delete. Yep. Fight Club, 2001, 5 stars. Awesome. It was 99. 99. And delete. So yeah, that is how to do forms and form actions in SvelteKit. So what did we learn there? We learned about server actions. We learned how you can use the default action if you post the page direct to it. We learned how to use named actions. We talked about how it uses form data, which is just a standard in the web. And we talked about how you have easy validation with that fail. You can just like use the form data, form prop on your page components, and then how use enhance can sort of enhance it with JavaScript. So now I'll see you in the exercise. So for this challenge, we are going to add a login form to your blog. Now you should use the blog you've been building up all along, or if you don't want to, you can always just check out the repo and get the demo code for that. So the challenge is we're going to create a login page with a username and password form, and you're going to use some sort of form action to validate that on both the server and the client. You don't have to do any real authentication though. Like, this is not about auth. Just check a hard-coded username and password. We're learning about forms and server stuff. We're not learning about auth right now. So on a successful login, the user should probably be redirected to the main page maybe. And once the user is logged in, they should show somehow that they're logged in, and you should have the ability to log out somehow. So you might want to keep state in a cookie or something. So take up to a half hour, maybe even an hour for this one. Use all the skills you've learned so far, and good luck. I'm now going to show you what I would do for the exercise. So, let's see here. So we're going to start by I'm going to add a login link up here and maybe a login page. So in our page layout, which is that shared layout that we made earlier, I'm just going to add another link here. We're going to call it login. Login. And I'm going to go to a page that doesn't quite exist yet. So on that note, I'm going to make a route. So this route will live in the blog because the portfolio, well, we'll see how this works, but the portfolio, yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure where the best place for this to be is. I'm going to go with the blog. So we'll make a login, and it is going to need a page.svelte and a page.server.ts. Okay, so our page.svelte here. Let's just go with h1 login, and our server, get rid of all that. We're going to basically export actions. So we're going to have a login action, and we can just use, const. We can just use the default action, I think, on the login page. And so that will be, I'll make it async, and well, we'll get to this. So we get the event here. We probably want the request, and from the request we're going to close that. We need the form data. Well, that's probably far enough. Now let's make a form. All right, so back on the login page here, let's click here. There we go. There's the login page. let's do a form. And we want a method of post. And now we want a username and password. Where's my, hey, nice Copilot. I was about to say, where's my Copilot when I need it? Username and password, nice. That's pretty good, actually. So now we'll just add some styles. What does it give me? Not bad, not bad. All right, well, we can definitely work with this. Let's make this a max width form of 400 pixels and a margin auto on that. And now we're going to need some. That's pretty good, pretty good. Whoops, I'm gonna have a problem with that. Yeah, let's make this button just have an active state, just so that when we click on it, yeah, we can do that. We just want the background color to change a little. That did not work. Maybe it's just not enough. If I went to CCC. There we go. Okay. So now we need a little space to put errors. Let's say class equals error, because we want these validation errors, right? And I'll just put some error for now so we can just see how it looks. Probably want these under both username and password. And yeah, let's style those up. Dot error, that looks pretty good. Not display none though. Let's go with a height, maybe a min height of 1 EM or 1.2 EM. Yeah, sure. And that way, when they disappear, it won't make the form kind of shift around. So yeah, that looks pretty good. See that one disappearing or not. Okay, so this is a pretty good login form look-wise. So now let's get it all hooked up. So we will go here. So we're going to request the form data, and we're going to need username and password. Close Copilot, close username and password. And if the username is, well, how do we want to do that exactly? First, let's see, make it required. Let's just do our validation in here. We won't overly complicate the validation step here. So if username, if there's no username, let's say, or username, type of username is not a string, that's just to like make sure this will like narrow the type so that we get rid of the possible file data of whatever form data entry value. Does not equal string. So this will be our failure condition. So we want to return, and now we don't just want to return an object here, we want to return that fail. So we're going to have to import fail from SvelteKit. /kit. Everything good except for that last little thing there. Yeah, I see you got an internal error there. We'll get to you in a sec. This is at Svelte.js. All right, so we want to fail this with, and we should probably have a fairly consistent return here. So what was a good bad request, I guess? Yeah, bad request. So 400, and we'll just say username is required. But let's make it a more robust object than that. Let's send username, and then it'll have, username can have both a value and an error, let's say. And the error maybe will be null sometimes. close that off. Our value is username. And I missed one. Okay, so now if username isn't there, we should say, hey, it's required. And then we'll also do password, which should be the same thing pretty much. Password. And just let's capitalize these error messages just for the look of it. Okay, so now I think we can maybe start using the data. So we're going to need a script tag. And we want lang.ts. So we have tips, and then we need our form. So we want to say export let, not page, we want to say export let form. And so just like we kind of showed before, we want to say this value will be either form.username, or if that doesn't exist, an empty string, because we don't want undefined to show up all the time. And then for this, instead of some error, we want to say, oh yeah, and it's form.username.value. Right. And so for this one, we would say form.username.error. That may or may not be there. And then we can do the same thing for, oh, it doesn't like that. Form username is possibly undefined. Okay. Does that solve that? Yep, it does. So let's do the same for password. Password. And password. So this should, oh, we got that undefined that I don't like in the error, right? So we just need to do the same thing, or an empty string. So now we should have, if I'm not mistaken here, so a little bit of like at least the required part. So let's hit login, and hey, username is required. And if I add something to there, hit login again. Oh, now it says password is required. Oh, but the username disappeared. So let's go see what was wrong with that. So username and password. So we actually need to send back. So for username, it didn't matter because that's the first error you get, but username actually needs to go back here as well. So we should probably be fairly consistent with these returns. Value, username, and maybe error null, just so it doesn't get complicated with the different types. So now, if I hit login, username is required, fill that in. Password is required. Password. That's in our validation here. Typing is hard. And then we're going to, and if I get them both, just clears. All right. So then we want to actually do sort of like valid. This is pretty good. If username and password, if username does not equal admin and password does not equal password, because that's classic, then we'll return an error here. And we will do kind of what we've been doing already. We'll do username, password, except that let's put the error here under password and say something like that username password combination is invalid. Sure. So we're just hard-code looking for this. Like I said, you'd actually want to do something here where you check for the actual you want to hash the password and the username. You want to send it to somewhere. You want to check something. Maybe you're using like Auth0 or some service like that. But we're just hard coding this for now. Username is required. Admin. Password is required. P. That's not valid. Password and presume that would be successful. Okay. So then if we are successful, I guess this is where we start doing stuff now. So on a successful login, let's get our cookies out. Cookies. And on a successful login, let's set our session. Cookies.set. This is pretty close, pretty close. Copilot. I'm going to set it to my name. I think it should be like an opaque, token of some sort, which you then get user information out of a database or something, but this is just a learning experience. We don't need to worry about all that. And path is usually a good idea. You almost always want the path option when you're dealing with the cookies. Just because this is going to say, like, this cookie is always sent regardless of what path I'm on right now. It's anything from the root out. And that's generally what you want. Generally. I mean, if you don't want that, you'll know. And then I think if it's successful, so we don't want to just stay on this page, we probably want to redirect to the home page. I mean, maybe you want to like take the old page as a query param or something and then do something else. But I think for now we can just say, let's redirect. So we need to import that redirect. We need to import that redirect from SvelteKit. And then we will say you throw a redirect. Throw redirect, and we'll just go to the root. And we need a, what is the status for like this is just a redirect from a form, so I think it's 303. I think it's 303. So now we should be able to set our session on a successful login. So then, well, let's see. Yeah. Let's just see how that goes. So I'll say admin, password, login, and there we go, logged in. So presumably my session is now Adam, so let's deal with that. So I think a good way to deal with that will be a hook. So we will use that sort of hook way we were doing before, a server hook, and we will change our session into a user. So we want to export handle, which is a function, and that function gets like the event and resolve. And as I recall, you return, yeah, that thing, return the resolve event, and now we can sort of do stuff in here. Implicitly has any type. Hey. Oh, you know why? Because I wrote hook, but it's hooks. Rename. Reboot. Hooks, and there we go. Types are happy again. So we got our event, we've got our resolve, we're resolving here, and so this is where we would want to do something. So this is going to happen on every server-side request. So we basically want to say, let's get, request and cookies out of here. Do we even need request? Probably not. What we actually need is locals. Locals. So then we will say if cookies get session, so if that's got a value, then we will set the locals user to that value. So in this case it would be Adam. Again, we'd really want to do an object. You actually want to do this correctly in real life, but we're just doing a learning experience here. So now it doesn't like user, and that's because it's not on locals. I think I actually missed this part before, but so the way you deal with that is this app.ts. So this app.ts actually has a bunch of these sort of global interfaces that are useful across the various different parts of the SvelteKit. And so this one, locals, is how you kind of say, oh, hey, I get to define locals right here. And so I'm going to do user. It's obviously not always on there, so it's optional, and then it's a string. It should be an object with the user, but we're going with the string for now because currently it says Adam. So that solves that little problem. So now it's on locals. I think that's all we need to do with the hook. And now we can use this somewhere. So if we look in our layouts, layout.svelte,
So we're using that, right, the page layout. So if we open up the page layout, I think one thing we could do is we could pass the page layout a prop. So let's pass it a user prop. Let's say export let user, and yeah, that's probably good enough. And then we want to say something like, and I guess we can say it's a string, even though maybe it should be a user object. But it's optional too. String or undefined. So then I think we want to do an if here. We want to say like if, that's pretty good, except let's fix it up. If there is a user, let's put their name there. And let's make this go to profile. We'll make a profile page in just a sec. And then that's where we can give them the ability to log out. So if the user exists, and then we're gonna like print the name there, otherwise a login. That looks pretty good. So now we just need to pass it. So now, what's that saying? User is missing. Okay, that's pretty good. So now we need to get the user. And so how do we get that? We will need a, well, we'll actually need a layout, a server layout. Stop that for now. So where will we put our server layout? Now, we're going to need this in both the portfolio layout uses page layout, and the blog group here layout uses page layout. So we're going to need it in both. So I think we could just make a server, a layout server up here. So we'll do plus layout.server.ts. Now this should be a really simple one, because all we're really doing is we're well, we have locals.user, and so if locals.user exists, we just want to send that on. So that's going to be our load function, actually. We'll just export load, and that'll be a const, and it'll just be a function. Doesn't even have to be async, actually. And all we want to do is take off locals from here and return user, which is locals.user. I think that's all. And now in both of our layouts, we should just be able to say, where's that? Yeah, that's in the, so in the layout.svelte here, we should be able to say, let's get data. So export let data. And from our data, we should have a user, which is a string or undefined. And that's exactly what we need. So we need data.user. Pass that into that shared page layout. And we'll just do the exact same thing on the portfolio. Okay, so TypeScript's happy. I don't even know when that changed. I wasn't paying attention, but yay, it says Adam. Cool. And then this will go to a 404 because we haven't done a profile page right now, right? But yeah, looking good for now. If we kill that cookie, that session cookie, and refresh, it should say log in. Yay! Nice. Admin. I'll hit login just to see the error again. Yay! That's not the right password. Password. Okay. So let's make a profile page then and give them the ability to log out. And I believe that will be all we need. So we'll use the create route, and in this case we're going to say profile, and we're going to add a Svelte page and a loader, right? So we'll need a page.server.ts. Yes, because we need to have an action on it, because it'll have a logout form. Okay, so let's say we'll do the script tag, and we'll say export let. So this can access the same data that everything else did. So we should have user on there if it exists. So now we can sort of say, well, actually we could do that in the load function too. Maybe that's the better place to do it, because then we could say, if there is a user, show this page, but if there's no user, go to the login page, because why are you looking at your profile when you don't have one yet? Okay, that's what we're going to do. But for now, we'll leave that on there though. And we'll say, h1, and this will just be data.user. And then I'll make a logout button. So we'll make a form with a method of post and an action. If you remember, let's get rid of that. Action of, remember this syntax, logout. Now that action doesn't exist yet, but we will make that in just a second. There we go, log out. Is logout one word or two? Honestly, not sure. And yeah, so now let's open up the server. We've got our load kind of half made for us here already. We don't need these types anymore. So on our load, like I said, we kind of want to get out. We don't need this to be async either, actually. We want to get out the locals and see if we have a user. If there's no locals user, we don't want to return this. We actually want to do a redirect. Throw redirect. And this will be 401, 403. Maybe 401 unauthorized. Sure. And then we want to, but it's a redirect, so it has to be a 3. Never mind. 303 again, I guess. 303, and we'll go to the root. Oh no, we'll go to login, right? Yeah, because we want you to log in to see your profile. Right. Okay. I think. Oh yeah, we need to import redirect. Close, close. You're getting warmer there, Copilot. All right, I think that's all we need for that. Now we need the action, though, the actual logout action. So const export. Wait, we need to export const actions. And our actions is an object. And this time we won't use the default. We'll actually use a named logout called logout. And it could be async, but it doesn't actually have to be. And what we will do is we will pull out cookies. We will just delete this session from cookies. Cookies dot delete, I think it is. Yeah. And we always want the path again. Woo. And yeah. So you hit logout. Probably want to go back to either the login or the root. What do you guys think? Let's go to the root. Root. So that'll be that action. That'll be that login. Let's see how we've done. That's been a lot of code without actually checking anything. Oh, not bad, not bad. Let's style that up a little bit. Let's see if Copilot. What do you think, Copilot? Yeah, I mean, we want Rebecca purple, but not bad, not bad. You got anything for the form, Copilot? No? All right, well. Form. Let's do display flex. Sure, flex maybe. And we'll go justify content. Let's do center. And oh, we should get the button from that other page maybe.
just quickly from the login page, so they have the same looking kind of button. Probably would want actually a shared button component from a component library or something, but hey, again, just trying to move quickly and fun. All right, not bad at all. So now if I hit log out, oh, internal error, so close. What do we got here? Return redirect. You can't return a redirect. You have to throw a redirect. Right. Throw a redirect. Okay. So now the cookie did actually whatever. So again, we'll check our login. Password's required. Doesn't work if it doesn't not actually the right password. I type in the right password. We get redirect to the front and Adam's there. So now I click on that and I see the profile Adam. We could load this up with whatever profile information we had. I'm still logged in across portfolio, home, and about. I go back to here, I can hit log out, and boom, I am now logged out again. Everything working. I hope your solution was something like mine. We'll see you in the next one. So this is the last module, deployment. So let's talk about deploying your app. So when you're thinking about releasing your app from development into the world of production, you'll probably need to know a little bit about the page options. These allow you to control down to the individual page how you want to render your production application. Like, do you want to render the whole, pre-render the whole site? Do you want to like have SSR the majority of your application, but have like the marketing pages just be pre-rendered? Or maybe you want your hottest new products pre-rendered for performance, but the rest of your site can just be server rendered on demand. Or maybe you want to build an SPA, and that is a perfectly fine option. So as we discussed before, by default, SvelteKit will render or pre-render any components first on the server and send it to the client as HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, and then it will, as the JS loads, it'll render the component again in the browser and make it interactive, which is the process called hydration, and then SvelteKit will initialize the router and take over all the navigations, acting more like an SPA at that point. But if you hit refresh, it does the whole process again from the server. By exporting page options from either page.ts or page.server.ts or layout.ts or layout.server.ts, you control how rendering is done for pages or for groups of pages in the hierarchy. So child layouts and pages override the values set in the parent layouts or pages. So for example, you can enable pre-rendering for your entire app and then just disable it for pages that need to be dynamically rendered. So let's talk about the options and how you do them. So you basically, from your server.ts, or sorry, from your page.ts or your layout.ts or your layout.server.ts or your page.server.ts, you export these variables. This one is pre-render. So you would export pre-render, it's a Boolean, and you could say pre-render true, and if you pre-render true, then they're served as HTML files. They're generated at build time. It removes it from the dynamic SSR manifest. There's this manifest that decides what actually is SSR, and it gets removed, and it generates these files at build time and just serves them directly when you need them. This is great for performance. Any pages that are all the same, no matter who hits the URL, are really like appropriate for being pre-rendered. So pre-rendering true is great for those kind of pages. Pre-rendering false means like, hey, SSR this page whenever a request comes in, like, which is the default behavior, but this is how you can like mix and match. You could have, oh, we're going to pre-render this group, but then this from the hierarchy down will be pre-render false. If that makes sense. Pre-render actually also has a third option. It's not just a Boolean, it's a Boolean plus this option. It's the string auto. If you export your pre-render variable and it's set to the string auto, it's used for this case where you want to pre-render a route, but also include it in the SSR manifest. So a route gets requested by the browser, and if an HTML file exists, because it was rendered at build time, it gets served. And if it doesn't, it goes to the fallback route and then calls backend functions, renders it. So the pre-renderer will start at the root of your app and generate any files for any pre-renderable pages, or actually server API routes it finds. Each page is scanned for A tags or anchor elements, and any of those that point to other pages, they also become candidates for pre-rendering. So it'll sort of crawl your tree, and because of this, you generally don't need to specify which pages should be pre-rendered or accessed. If you do need to specify, because you don't have any links pointing to some pages, but you actually do need them to be rendered as HTML, you can do that with an option in the Svelte config called entries. You can also, in your page.ts, export an entries function, which can do sort of the same thing. And I won't go into that, but if your entire app is suitable for pre-rendering, you can actually just use their adapter static. It's one of the adapters, which we can talk about later, and that'll just render everything statically too. So another option, page option, is SSR. So if you export a variable called SSR, it's a Boolean. If you set it to false, it renders an empty HTML shell page to the client instead of like rendering it on the server and then hydrating it. If you were to say export const SSR equals false in the root layout.ts, you would create an SPA. So that's an option. CSR is client-side rendering. Some pages don't require JavaScript at all, and you can disable it entirely for that page just by exporting CSR equals false on that page.ts or page.server.ts. Quick caveat, if both SSR and CSR are set false, nothing gets rendered, which makes sense, but why would you do that? Then there's another option here. There's trailing slash. So you can export trailing slash, and there's a few different options it can be. Basically, by default, SvelteKit will remove trailing slashes from URLs. If you visit like slash about, it'll be if you visit slash about slash, it will respond and redirect to you to slash about without the slash. It takes the slash off. You have this option to change that behavior if you need, which might be useful depending on your server. This option also affects pre-rendering too. So if trailing slash is always, so it can be never, always, or ignore. If it's always, a route like slash about will result in a directory about with an index.html file in it. Otherwise, it will create an about.html. And this kind of mirrors how static web server conventions are right now. So those are the page options. And if you combine those with your adapters, you have an incredible amount of variance of what you can do. So now we should talk about images and assets. So if you want to use an image in your app, you have a couple of options. You can use the static directory, and as we talked about before, it'll serve from the root and it won't process these at all. So you can put images in there and you could just like link to them with a slash root relative link, and they will be served without any modification. But if you need a stable URL, like you need, this always has to be at this place, that's actually probably the best place for it. If you're always sending this PDF or this image from here, that's probably a good place for it. But you can also use the lib, the $lib. You can put your images in there, in that directory, and then you can import that in your your page.svelte, let's say. And then when you use it as like the source, you can use the variable that you imported as the source. It'll actually link to that. And a neat thing is, when you build this will add a little hash to that. So imported, images and whatever that are used, get this little hash added to it, and that's good for breaking the cache if you needed to. Every time you deploy, the image changes, so you don't have these, you can cache them forever, and it's fine because you're going to change the hash on that image the next time you load it anyway. So that can be useful. And if you do that import, you can even use that in CSS. Like you can write in your style, image, background image, and then use the same import route that you would in the import. I can show you that in a bit. And then one of the last things is if it's small enough, the image will actually be inlined as a base 64 string. And that can be really useful, especially if you just have these little small images. You just like want to throw them up like little icons or whatever. Great for performance, just keeping it all so you don't have that extra request kind of being wasted if it's small enough. And the way that feature actually comes from Vite preprocess, and same with the CSS. And so you can configure that there is a configuration, it's build assets inline limit, and then you sort of set the size, and so if it's small enough, it'll actually inline that. So let's have a look at that. So here we have just a little page here, and it's just got a little image. So we've got our little hero image here, and it's set to /hero, and you can sort of see in our static file we've got our hero here and our hero small. And so we can set the background here using this, and this is because of the Vite preprocess, so we could just put the hero ping here. Whoops. Just have my CSS messed up. Not a problem. And you can see here, so we have now like, oh hey, this div is actually got a hero here. It's styled the same size and whatever. So yeah, this other hero is actually bigger than this, but I just put the height and the width at 100 just so they kind of match. So that's one thing you can do. And the other thing you can do is you can sort of, if we were to take these and move them, maybe I won't move them, I'll copy them. I'll move them. Move them into lib/images. Now our images will break, but now you can do something like in your script tag here, import, and then we would do, hero from, and it's the lib file, so you can actually use that, and then it would be, what's it in images? Images/hero.ping. And now I can use this as the source. So this will get converted into a string or whatever, so you can just put that there. And I could even, I can do this with this same import path. I can put that here, and this will work. Now see, they both come back. And I just want to show you this other thing. So you can have, I've got the small image on there. I've got that for a reason. I'll just import small from there as well. Small. It was small hero, I believe. Ooh. Hero small. I was close. Small hero. Hero small. These little hero avatars are from something I can't remember what. Hero small. Oh, something not quite right there. Hero small.png. Hero small.png. Small. Oh. Don't know where that came from. Wasn't paying attention down there. All right, so there we go. So we have a small image here. Small image here. We can actually change this to small hero 2 if it mattered. Hero small, I mean. How many times can I make the same mistake? As many as I need to. So yeah, I wanted to show you. Let's just throw another one of these with the static link up. So we'll just put this back, and I will do /hero.ping, and I will make a copy of that because that doesn't exist in the static. Paste. All right. I'll do the small one actually. do them both. But in here, I want to do hero smell. And now why am I doing this? Okay, so it comes during development, this is going to make no real difference. It's during production that this actually matters. So to show this part off, I'm actually going to run npm run preview. So this is how you run, I need to run build first. npm run build. So this will build your SvelteKit app. This little error here is like, it's trying to use the auto adapter and you haven't deployed to somewhere it recognizes. That's fine, it doesn't matter. We're not really deploying right now. I just want to show you the differences in the build. So now if I run npm run preview, this will run our app as if it's in production mode, essentially. We just need to click this other port. So 4173 here, this is our production build, essentially. And I wanted to show you the elements here and what the differences are. So the first one here, which is just the straight up static, it just comes from static, points right at static. That's the URL, that's what you're going to get. Now this one that we imported from Hero, this one is, it's got a little hash here, 9879, because it's being built here. This way you can sort of do cache busting and you'll always sort of have this, and this little hash is great for that. So that can be a real performance improvement because you can then cache these forever. Then you see, the small one that came from the lib, even though the one from static doesn't get changed, the small one that came from the lib is being inlined as a string. So this is just a base 64 string that represents that image, and it's small enough to do that. And then lastly, if we look here on the styles, we can see this background image is also being inlined as a string because it's small enough. And again, that's configurable. I don't know what the default is. I think it's like less than 100. I don't even know. Something. But you can change that if you need to, just for whether you want the trade-offs between whether you want to inline them or not. So yeah. So we are going to continue on. So adapters. So adapters are one of the core offerings of SvelteKit, and they are fantastic. So what are adapters? Adapters are small plugins that take the built app, like after I just ran npm build there, as input, and they generate output for some deployment platform or some deployment environment. And this is the decoupling of authoring your application and deploying your application that really follows that Svelte philosophy. And it's this kind of decoupling that allows for a great DX developer experience without sacrificing the user experience. It's important. So SvelteKit has many official adapters that they support, and we'll show those, but it also has a bunch of community provided adapters. And of course, you can build your own. So what does it have for officially supported ones? So it's got a Node.js server, so you can just basically anywhere you can run a Node.js server, you can throw this one up, adapter node. You can do adapter static for pre-rendering pages or SPAs. There's adapter Netlify and adapter Vercel. For Netlify and Vercel is popular cloud platforms. Cloudflare workers and Cloudflare pages also have official adapters. So that's great. And then there's a whole bunch of community adapters, which I will show here. So these are community provided adapters. These include platforms like Dino, Bun, Firebase, Azure static web apps. Yeah, a bunch of things. Check them out. This is actually at, where is this again? Well, if you go to kit.svelte.dev and then look at the adapters, it'll have a link to this where you can find all these community provided adapters. So adapters make it easy to deploy your app, and some of the adapters even allow a zero config deployment where out of the box the auto adapter will figure out where you're trying to deploy to and install the correct adapter and then build for you. And so some of those are Cloudflare pages, Netlify, Vercel, and Azure static web apps. if you deploy, and one more, ADOS via SST. So if you deploy to these places with the auto adapter on, which is what kind of gets put by default when you generate the app, you don't even have to set anything up. It'll just figure it out and deploy for you. And on that note, let's move to the final exercise. So, the exercise here for Module 6 is we're going to deploy our little blog that we've been working on to somewhere. You get to choose. You get to deploy anywhere you want. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to deploy to Netlify. I swear I have trouble saying that for some reason. So I have pushed my repo to the exercise branch of the SvelteKit workshop. And so now if I sign into Netlify and log in, all right, you can sort of see mine. And now I can just add a new site. And I want to import an existing site because I want to choose it from GitHub. Now, don't worry about all my little things here, but I am looking for the SvelteKit workshop. There it is. And, well, there we go. The branch to deploy is the exercise branch. Excellent. So that's the branch I want to deploy to. I'm not going to change any of these settings because they all look right. Yours might be main, your branch, or whatever you're doing, depending on where you put it. And I'm just going to hit this button, deploy site. And it says deploying. All right, so now it's building, and we're going to see, how's this going? Things are working. You can sort of see everything working out. In progress. Failed. Oh, well, that's too bad. Let's see why it failed. Right! The secret post token. The secret post token that we need to get our posts from svelte.fun. Okay, so that's not a problem because we just need to know. Now you got to figure out how your platform adds environment variables, but I know in Netlify it's actually really easy. We go to deploy settings, there's environment variables, and I can just add a variable here. So I would just say secret posts token, and then I'm going to give it the value svelte is fun, because remember that's the value. Create that variable. And now back to our build and deploy. And so if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to deploy. If we go to deploys, trigger deploy, and let's watch it deploy again. All right. Didn't configure anything other than that one environment variable that we were using. Of course, I could have uploaded an env file too and had a bunch of deployed at the same, or a bunch configured at the same time. But the point is, now it looks like it's working. So we're building, we're building, we're building, we're deploying, we're deploying. And we're done. And there it is, up on a production URL. And of course I would configure my domain if I wanted to go on with this, but there is our SvelteKit blog in our little portfolio. That's how easy it is with SvelteKit adapters. So now what? Whoops. So we learned how to add routing and SSR to our apps. We learned how to load data from assets from the server. We learned how to use forms and change data from the client. We learned how to add API endpoints if needed, and how to build and deploy our apps to popular cloud services. And there's actually still even more SvelteKit gives us. So don't forget to check out the docs at kit.svelte.dev. Find libraries, courses, and all sorts of resources at svelte.framework.dev. And you can always join the Svelte Discord at the community there. And of course, just start building applications. So thanks very much. That's all.
This program is presented by This.Labs, the framework-agnostic consulting firm helping enterprises realize their technical goals through staff augmentation, consulting, project management, on-demand subject experts, training, and other professional services. Find out more at This.Labs.com.